I still replay that night in my head, sometimes in vivid detail, sometimes as a blurry, anxious dream. It was late autumn, about 10 years ago now, when I was 22. Young, a bit too cocky, and convinced I knew everything there was to know about the Northwoods. My family had owned a cabin out near Blackwater Lake in northern Minnesota since before my grandparents were even born. I'd spent every summer, most winters, and countless long weekends exploring those woods. Every tree, every rock, every twist of the trails felt like an extension of my own memory, or so I thought. That year, I was working a seasonal gig at the local outfitter shop, mostly selling fishing tackle and maps to clueless tourists. It paid enough for gas money and ramen, and it kept me close to the cabin. I'd driven up alone that Tuesday, figuring I'd get a jump on clearing some fallen branches from the old logging road that led to our property. A late storm had come through, and I wanted to make sure it was passable before deer season started and my dad tried to navigate it in his ancient pickup. It was a chore, sure, but I liked the quiet, the crisp air, the feeling of being truly off-grid. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just me, a chainsaw, and the rustling leaves. My plan was simple: get up early, clear the road, maybe do a little hiking, and be back in town by Wednesday evening. Classic me, always underestimating how long everything would take. I'd forgotten my heavier work gloves, a minor oversight that quickly became a nuisance as I wrestled with thick, wet timber. By the time the sun started dipping below the pine-crested ridges, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, I'd barely cleared half the main stretch. And I was tired, bone tired. I should have called it a day, packed up, and driven back to the relative comfort of town. I had a truck full of gas and a sleeping bag. I could have just camped out in the cab, but no, I was stubborn. Just another hour, I told myself foolishly as the last rays of light faded. Just finish this section. That was my first mistake, one of many I'd learned to regret. Pushing too hard, staying too long, fueled by a misplaced sense of duty and a general reluctance to admit defeat. The cabin wasn't far, maybe another half-mile down the road once the fallen trees were cleared. I figured I'd just crash there for the night, finish up in the morning, and then head back. I had food, water, a generator for power if I needed it, and a well-stocked wood stove. It felt like the safer option, the more practical one. Besides, who doesn't love a night alone in a cabin in the woods, even if it's unplanned? I got the generator running, flicked on a few lights, and threw a couple of logs into the stove. The cabin slowly warmed, smelling of old pine and wood smoke, a scent that usually brought me immense comfort. I made myself a quick meal of canned chili and crackers, then decided to take a walk down to the lake shore. The moon was a sliver, but the stars were out, piercing the ink-black sky with a cold, brilliant light. It was dead silent, the kind of silence that feels heavy, absorbing all sound. Even the normal night chirps and rustles seemed to be holding their breath. I liked that silence, usually. It was pure. But as I stood there by the water, looking out at the black expanse of the lake, a flicker caught my eye. Just a pinpoint of light far out, maybe a quarter-mile offshore. It was small, a steady glow. Too steady for a boat, too low for a plane, and too far for any cabin across the lake. I knew where all those were, and there wasn't one in that direction. My first thought was a fisherman, someone brave or foolish enough to be out there this late, but it wasn't moving. It just sat there, a solitary, unwavering light in the heart of the vast, cold darkness. And for some reason, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It wasn't fear, not yet. Just a prickle of something unfamiliar, something that didn't quite fit the wild, empty landscape I knew so well. The prickle on my neck intensified, crawling like phantom spiders. It wasn't just the cold air anymore. It was the absolute wrongness of that light. My mind, usually so quick to label and categorize everything in these woods, found no slot for it. Fishermen didn't anchor in the middle of Blackwater Lake on a late autumn night, especially not without a single other sign of life. No engine hum, no bobbing lantern, just that stark, fixed point. And if it was a buoy, it was one I'd never seen, and it was in an odd place for any navigational purpose. I crouched lower by the shore, trying to get a different angle, as if my perspective could somehow bend reality into something more logical. It didn't. The light remained, a defiant pinprick against the vast, inky canvas of the lake and sky. It didn't flicker, didn't sway. It was too low to be a star reflected on the water, too constant to be a distant firefly, too far for anything normal. There was no sound but the faint whisper of wind through the pines behind me and the gentle lapping of frigid water at the shore. The silence, which I usually cherished, now felt oppressive, amplifying the strange visual. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting. I spent another 10 minutes, maybe 15, watching it. My initial weariness was replaced by a taut alertness. My eyes, accustomed to discerning deer trails in twilight and identifying distant bird calls, strained to pull more information from that distant glow. Was it brighter now, or was that just my imagination playing tricks in the dark? It was impossible to tell. The light was small, but it felt impossibly intense, drawing my gaze like a magnet. Finally, the cold started to truly set in, seeping through my jacket and pants. I couldn't stay out there forever. I turned, my gaze snagging on the dark line of trees that ringed the lake. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of leaves more significant. My cabin, usually a beacon of safety, felt miles away, even though it was only 100 yards or so. I walked back briskly, a new kind of awareness guiding my steps. My usual relaxed stride was gone, replaced by something more cautious, more measured. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the lake, making sure the light hadn't vanished, hadn't moved. It was still there, unwavering. Inside the cabin, the warmth from the wood stove was a welcome embrace, but it didn't fully dispel the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I didn't bother turning off the outdoor floodlight I'd flicked on earlier. Normally, I'd conserve generator fuel, but tonight, the thought of plunging the surroundings back into total darkness felt profoundly unwelcome. I pulled out my dad's old binoculars from the storage chest under the window. They were heavy, military issue, a bit scratched, but still offered excellent magnification. I went to the front window, which faced the lake, and pressed the cold rubber cups to my eyes. The world zoomed in, but the dark swallowed much of the detail. I scanned the lake slowly, carefully, until I found the light again. It was still a pinpoint, but now it was clearer, and it was no fishing lantern. Through the powerful lenses, the light resolved into a perfect, uniform circle of white-blue luminescence. It wasn't emanating from a single bulb or a flame. It was as if a small, glowing sphere was suspended just above the water's surface. No visible boat, no anchor line, no person. Just this perfect, silent orb of light, hovering, unmoving, maybe 50 yards from the nearest shore, yet still a quarter-mile from me. My breath hitched, my hands, usually steady, trembled slightly as I held the binoculars. This was not normal. This was not natural. My logical mind, the one that knew every trick of the light on the water, every atmospheric anomaly, struggled to find an explanation. A float plane, no, too small, too low, no sound. A remote-controlled drone, unlikely 10 years ago, and still, it defied the physics of hovering so perfectly still over water for so long. And the light itself. It was too clean, too pure, like nothing I'd ever seen. I lowered the binoculars, my heart thudding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The cabin, with its familiar smells and worn furniture, suddenly felt small, exposed. The vastness outside, usually a source of comfort, now seemed menacing. I raised the binoculars again, needing another look, needing to convince myself it wasn't a trick of my tired eyes. It was still there, the same small, perfect orb of light, a cold, clinical glow in the heart of the wild. I stayed at the window for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only another half hour. The light didn't move, it didn't change, it just was. My initial unease had sharpened into something more defined, a cold knot of apprehension coiling in my stomach. My imagination, usually a storyteller of harmless fantasies, now started conjuring less pleasant possibilities. What was it? Who was out there? And why was it so perfectly still? Finally, the chill of the window pane seeped through my shirt, and my muscles ached from holding the binoculars aloft. I needed to move to break the spell. I decided a cup of coffee might help, something warm and familiar. I put on the old percolator, the gurgling sound a small comfort in the sudden, pressing silence of the cabin. As the coffee brewed, I found myself pacing, glancing out the window every few seconds. The light was still there, always there. I tried to focus on other things, checking the generator's fuel, adding another log to the stove, tidying up the few tools I'd brought in. But my mind kept circling back, like a moth to that distant, enigmatic flame. I considered going out there, a reckless thought born of curiosity and perhaps a stubborn refusal to be intimidated. I could take the canoe. It was stored upside down by the shed, but the lake was cold, dead cold, and the night was darker than pitch. To paddle out to that light, not knowing what it was, felt like walking into a trap, and my gut, that ancient instinct that had kept me safe in these woods for years, screamed no. So I didn't go. I sat at the kitchen table, nursing a steaming mug of black coffee, my gaze fixed on the distant glow through the window. The cabin was warm now, almost stiflingly so, but I still felt a shiver working its way down my spine. The normal sounds of the woods, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of a mouse in the walls were conspicuously absent. It was the same heavy silence I'd noticed by the shore, a silence that felt unnatural, as if every creature had gone into hiding. My phone, a relic that barely held a charge, had no service anyway, not that I'd know who to call. "Hi, Sheriff, there's a mysterious glowing orb on Blackwater Lake. No, I haven't been drinking." They'd laugh me out of the county. I was alone out here, truly alone, with something I couldn't explain. Hours passed, the coffee grew cold, the glow persisted. I tried to read to distract myself, but the words blurred on the page. My eyes kept darting to the window. It felt like I was being watched, even though the light was a quarter-mile away. A primal sense of being prey began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. Finally, exhaustion began to win the battle against my mounting anxiety. My eyelids felt heavy, gritty. I knew I wouldn't sleep well, but I couldn't stay awake forever. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, a purely symbolic gesture, I knew. A simple deadbolt wasn't going to stop whatever that light represented if it truly meant harm. Still, the act of securing the cabin offered a sliver of false comfort. I stumbled into the small bedroom, not even bothering to change out of my clothes. I collapsed onto the old cot, pulling the heavy wool blanket up to my chin. My last conscious thought was of that unwavering light burning out there in the dark. I drifted into a restless, anxious sleep, punctuated by fragmented dreams of cold water and silent, glowing eyes. I woke with a jolt, not to an alarm, but to an internal panic button screaming in my head. The cabin was pitch black. The generator had run out of fuel. I fumbled for my phone, its dim screen illuminating the time, 3:47 a.m. Outside, the night was still absolute silent. My first thought, almost instinctive, was of the light. I scrambled out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor, and made my way to the front window. My eyes, now somewhat adjusted to the dark, strained against the absolute blackness outside. It was gone. The light was gone. A wave of relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. It had gone away. Whatever it was, it had left. My mind, quick to rationalize, conjured up images of a fisherman finally packing up, or a strange weather balloon drifting away. Yeah, a weather balloon. That sounded plausible. A bit of a stretch, but plausible enough to cling to. I took a deep, shaky breath. It was over. I could go back to sleep. My heart rate began to slow. But as my eyes continued to adjust, as I scanned the horizon where the light had been, another sensation crept in. A feeling of too quiet. The wind had died down entirely. The lake was a still black mirror. Not even the rustle of a squirrel, the distant hoot of an owl, nothing. The silence was back, thicker, heavier than before. It wasn't just quiet, it was an absence of sound, a vacuum. It was the kind of silence that pressed in on you, that made your own heartbeat feel deafeningly loud. And then I saw it, not the light, not directly, but something else. Movement. On the far side of the lake where the light had been, where the dense, old-growth forest met the water's edge, I saw it. A faint shimmer, a disturbance in the absolute darkness. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, like heat haze rising from the ground, but in the cold of the night. It moved slowly, deliberately, along the tree line, weaving in and out of the black silhouettes of the pines. It was too far to make out details, but it was unmistakably there, and it wasn't natural. Nothing in these woods shimmers like that. Nothing moves with such a fluid, almost disembodied grace through the densest part of the forest without making a sound. My relief evaporated, replaced by a cold, sharp dread that pierced through the last vestiges of my sleepiness. The light hadn't left, it had just moved, or rather, whatever controlled the light had moved, and it was no longer in the middle of the lake, it was on land. And it was moving towards me, slowly, deliberately. I backed away from the window, heart hammering against my ribs again. My eyes darted around the dark cabin, trying to make sense of the faint, unfamiliar shapes that the complete lack of light now created. Every shadow seemed to stretch, to take on monstrous forms. I needed light, desperately. I remembered the old storm lantern, the kerosene one, kept on the high shelf in the pantry. I fumbled through the dark, my outstretched hands knocking against pots and pans, the clatter seeming deafening in the silence. My fingers finally closed around the cold metal of the lantern. I knew where the kerosene was, in a small can under the sink. My hands shook so badly I almost spilled it as I filled the lantern. A few clicks of the igniter, and a small, hopeful flame sputtered to life, casting flickering shadows that danced wildly across the walls. The light was weak, but it was enough to dispel the absolute darkness. It felt like a tiny defiance against the consuming blackness outside. I took the lantern and moved cautiously back to the window, holding it low so its reflection wouldn't obscure my view. I peered out, my breath fogging the glass. The shimmer was still there, closer now, much closer. I could almost distinguish its form, a tall, slender distortion like a column of wavering air. It was difficult to focus on, as if my eyes couldn't quite grasp its full shape. It seemed to pulse faintly, almost imperceptibly, with that same cold, white-blue light I'd seen on the lake, but muted, internalized. It was moving through the trees along the old hiking trail that snaked through the forest on the far side of the lake, directly opposite the cabin. The trail I knew like the back of my hand. The trail that would lead it directly around the lake and eventually to my side of the lake, to the logging road, to my cabin. Panic, cold and sharp, began to truly set in. This wasn't a fisherman. This wasn't a drone. This was something else. Something that defied logic, defied the natural order of these woods. Something that was now on land and apparently coming for me. My mind raced, tumbling through survival strategies. Run, where? Into the deeper woods. No, I'd be blind, disoriented in the pitch dark. Stay. And do what? Fight. With what? A chainsaw, a rusty axe, against a shimmering, silent entity I couldn't even properly see. I tried to force myself to think, to reason. Maybe it wasn't coming for me. Maybe it was just passing through. But the way it moved, the deliberate, unhurried pace, the direction, felt too intentional. I needed to see it better, to understand what I was dealing with. My hand instinctively reached for the binoculars again, but then I stopped. What if seeing it clearly was worse? What if it was something that would break my mind? No, I had to know. Fear of the unknown was worse than fear of a known threat. I grabbed the binoculars, careful to keep the lantern low. I pressed them to my eyes, scanning the tree line. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now. The shimmering form resolved itself slightly. It was tall, impossibly so, and unnervingly thin. Its movements were fluid, almost gliding, as if its feet never touched the forest floor. It wasn't solid, not exactly. It was like looking at something through wavy glass or through the distortions of intense heat, but in the freezing cold. And then, as it moved through a slightly clearer patch of trees, I saw something else. Something that made a cold dread bloom in my chest like an ice flower. Shapes within the shimmering form, not defined, not clear, but outlines. Angular, fractured, like shards of broken glass trying to form a whole, and a focal point, a concentration of that muted white-blue light where a head might be, and from that point, two faint, intensely glowing pinpricks. Lies. It had eyes, eyes that were fixed on something, on me. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just moving through the woods, it was looking. It was aware of my presence. It knew I was here. I dropped the binoculars with a clatter, the sound shockingly loud in the silence. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. I backed away from the window, stumbling over a chair. My breath came in ragged gasps, misting in the cold air that now permeated the cabin. This was no animal, no human. This was something utterly alien, utterly terrifying. I had to get out, I had to run, but where and how? The logging road was still partially blocked. The truck was parked further up. To reach it, I'd have to walk down the road, past the turnoff to the lake where the entity was now heading. I extinguished the kerosene lamp, plunging the cabin back into near-total darkness. The single, flickering flame suddenly felt like a beacon drawing attention to me. I had to think. My mind, usually so sharp, felt sluggish, mired in fear. I was trapped, alone, in the dead of night, with that thing outside. The sound of my own ragged breathing was the only thing I could hear. I strained my ears, listening for any sound from outside. Nothing. Absolute, crushing silence. Had it stopped? Was it waiting? Or was it moving silently, inexorably, towards the cabin? I moved towards the back window, the one that faced away from the lake, towards the denser woods. My hands felt clumsy, my movements jerky. I peered out, but it was just impenetrable blackness. The thick stand of pines and birches merged into a single, terrifying wall of shadows. My truck, that was my only hope. It had gas, it had keys, it had an engine that could start, but it was a quarter-mile up the road, past the turnoff. I had to assume it was moving towards that road. My eyes scanned the cabin, desperate for a weapon, a defense. The axe, no, too slow, too close quarters, the old hunting rifle. It was in the locked gun cabinet, unloaded, the ammo stored separately. Too much time. I had to move, now, before it got any closer. I grabbed my jacket, pulling it on over my clothes. My keys. Where were my keys? They were usually in my pocket. I patted them down, a small jingle of metal, a welcome sound. Good, I had them. I considered leaving everything else, just running, but then I remembered my phone, useless as it was, and my wallet, basics. I stuffed them into my jacket pocket. My gaze fell on the old, heavy-duty flashlight my dad always kept charged by the door. It was a monstrous thing, thick and solid, powered by D-cell batteries. A weapon, maybe, if I needed one. And light. I'd need light if I was going to navigate the blocked logging road in the dark. I snatched it up. The cold metal felt reassuringly heavy in my hand. I crept to the main door, my heart pounding a rhythm against my eardrums. I slowly, carefully unlocked the deadbolt. The click seemed impossibly loud. I turned the doorknob, inch by agonizing inch, until it gave way. The cold hit me immediately, a biting shock. I paused, holding my breath, straining my ears. Still nothing. No rustle, no twig snap, no faint sigh of wind, just that terrible, profound silence. I pushed the door open, just a crack, enough to peer out. The floodlight, which had been powered by the generator, was now dead. The world was a canvas of deep, shifting shadows. I could barely see the outlines of the shed, the woodpile, the first few trees. My eyes darted to the lake, nothing visible on my side. Was it still on the other side, or had it made its way around? I had to assume it was still far enough away that I had a head start. I had to take the risk. I slipped out of the cabin, pulling the door shut behind me, not bothering with the lock. What was the point? My boots crunched on the gravel of the driveway, each sound magnified, echoing in the stillness. I kept the flashlight off, wanting to remain as undetectable as possible. I moved quickly but cautiously, trying to keep my footsteps light, my breathing shallow. I stayed close to the edge of the tree line, using the deeper shadows for cover. Every snapping twig, every rustle of dry leaves underfoot sent a jolt of fear through me. The path to the logging road felt endless. My eyes strained in the gloom, trying to discern familiar landmarks, the moss-covered rocks, the twisted roots that always snagged your foot. I remembered the fallen branches, the mess I'd been trying to clear. That was my biggest obstacle. The truck was beyond that, probably another 100 yards past the main blockage. I reached the start of the logging road, the point where it met the cabin's small gravel driveway. I paused, leaning against the rough bark of a pine, trying to catch my breath. I strained my ears again. Still nothing. Just my own hammering heart and the ragged sound of my breath. I had to make a choice, go up the road towards the truck or try to cut through the deeper woods, circling around towards the main road that led to town. The woods were treacherous in the dark, full of unseen obstacles, and I didn't know the terrain well enough to move silently. The logging road, despite the fallen trees, was my best bet. At least I knew what I was dealing with. I pushed off the tree, moving into the deeper shadows of the road. The moon, a thin sliver earlier, was now barely visible, hidden behind a thin veil of clouds. The darkness was almost absolute. I kept moving forward, one cautious step after another, my hands held out in front of me to feel for obstacles. I remembered the worst of the fallen trees, a massive oak that had snapped in half, its crown blocking the entire width of the road. That was about 50 yards up. I had cleared a path around it with the chainsaw earlier, but it was still a tight squeeze. a rough scramble over splintered wood and tangled branches. As I neared the oak, a new sound cut through the silence, a faint swish, like something moving through tall grass but heavier, more deliberate. It came from the direction of the lake, from the hiking trail. It was still distant, but definitely there. It was moving, and it was coming my way. My pace quickened. I had to get past that oak, had to reach the truck. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back. I reached the oak, a monstrous silhouette against the faint gloom. The path I'd cleared earlier was a chaotic scramble of branches and muddy earth. I started climbing, pulling myself over the massive trunk, my boots slipping on the wet bark. My hands scraped against rough wood, splinters digging into my skin. I didn't care. I just had to get over. Halfway over, something snagged my foot. I stumbled, my balance gone, and crashed down onto the other side, landing hard on my shoulder. A grunt of pain escaped my lips. The flashlight, which I'd been clutching, flew from my hand and skittered away into the darkness. "Damn it," I hissed, the whisper sounding shockingly loud in the silence. I lay there for a second, winded, pain throbbing in my shoulder. My eyes darted around, trying to locate the flashlight. It was too dark. I couldn't see anything. And then I heard it again, closer now, the swish sound, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible hum. Low, resonant, like a tuning fork vibrating in the air, but just at the edge of hearing. It was on the logging road, and it was close. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my shoulder. No time for the flashlight. I had to move. My truck was just ahead, maybe 75 yards. I pushed myself into a desperate run, stumbling blindly through the darkness. Branches whipped at my face, unseen roots tried to trip me. My lungs burned, air rasping in and out. I could feel adrenaline coursing through my veins, sharpening my senses, even as it clouded my judgment. The hum was getting louder, vibrating through the ground, through my very bones. And that swish, closer still, the sound of something impossibly tall gliding through the undergrowth at the side of the road, keeping pace with me. I could see the faint outline of my truck now, a dark block against the slightly less dark sky. A surge of desperate hope flooded me, almost there, almost safe. My hand reached for the door handle. It was cold, slick with dew. I fumbled with the key, my fingers trembling, jamming it into the lock. It clicked open with a satisfying thud. I yanked the door open and dove inside, slamming it shut behind me. I fumbled for the locks, pushing them down, the metallic clicks a small reassurance. I sank back into the seat, gasping for air, my heart hammering like a trapped bird. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold the steering wheel. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisting it. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared to life, a beautiful, comforting sound. The headlights flared on, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. And then I saw it. Standing in the middle of the logging road, about 30 feet in front of my truck, was the entity. It was exactly as I had seen it through the binoculars, but closer, clearer, and infinitely more terrifying. It was impossibly tall, maybe 10 feet, slender to the point of seeming ethereal. Its form was still a shimmering distortion, like water reflecting heat, but within that distortion, I could now make out the angular, fragmented shapes I'd glimpsed before. They were like crystalline shards, constantly shifting, rearranging, yet always maintaining a vaguely humanoid outline. Its skin, if you could call it that, was like polished obsidian, but rippled with a faint, internal white-blue light that pulsed in time with the low hum I'd been hearing. Its limbs were too long, too thin, bending at impossible angles. It had no discernible neck, its head a mere extension of its body, crowned by a series of sharp, jutting protuberances that caught the truck's headlights and reflected them with an unholy sheen. And its eyes, oh God, its eyes. They weren't just pinpricks of light now. They were two intensely luminous orbs, a cold, piercing blue set deep within the distorted face. They glowed with an unnerving intelligence, a predatory focus that made my blood run cold. They were fixed on me utterly, completely. There was no emotion in them, no anger, no curiosity, just a terrible, focused awareness. It didn't move, it just stood there, silently, utterly still, illuminated by my headlights, a specter of impossible dread. The hum intensified, a vibrating pressure in my chest. My hands flew to the gear stick, slamming it into reverse. I stomped on the gas pedal. The tires spun, spraying gravel, and the truck lurched backward, throwing me against the seat. I didn't care where I was going, only that I was going away from that thing. I looked in the rearview mirror, but the darkness behind me was absolute. My eyes kept darting back to the front. The entity hadn't moved. It was still standing there, its glowing eyes fixed on my retreating truck. It was watching me. I reversed quickly, too quickly, bouncing over roots and rocks until I reached the small turnoff to the cabin. I slammed on the brakes, spun the wheel, and threw the truck into drive, turning sharply onto the cabin's driveway. I wasn't going back to the cabin, but I needed to get the truck facing the right way, facing away. I stomped on the gas again, the old pickup's engine roaring as it tore down the gravel driveway, away from the logging road, away from the lake, away from it. The cabin flashed by on my right, a dark, silent hulk. I didn't spare it a glance. I knew the terrain well, even in the dark. The driveway wasn't long, maybe a quarter of a mile, leading to the main, paved county road. I just needed to get there to civilization. As I sped down the driveway, the hum intensified again, becoming a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the truck's chassis, through my very bones. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. And there it was, not behind me, not yet, but standing at the edge of the logging road where the driveway met it. It had moved, quickly, silently. It was still just standing there, watching me go. Its eyes, those terrible blue eyes, seemed to bore into the very core of my being. But it wasn't pursuing me. Not yet. It was just observing. A fresh wave of terror, mixed with a sickening sense of utter helplessness, washed over me. It hadn't chased me. It didn't need to. It was playing with me, or it was just letting me go. I reached the end of the driveway, gravel spitting from my tires as I spun onto the county road. I didn't hesitate, slamming the accelerator to the floor. The old truck surged forward, its engine screaming. I risked another glance in the rearview mirror. The driveway was gone now, swallowed by the darkness. The woods were a solid, impenetrable wall. There was nothing there, just the empty, winding road ahead. But the hum was still there, fainter now, but it lingered, a phantom vibration in the air in my head. I drove like a madman, pushing the truck to its limits, the speedometer needle trembling near 90. The deserted county road stretched ahead, illuminated by my high beams, winding through the endless forest. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Every distant tree, every roadside bush seemed to shimmer, to twist into impossible shapes. My heart was still racing, my body trembling uncontrollably. My hands were clamped to the steering wheel, knuckles white. I kept glancing in the rearview, expecting to see those glowing blue eyes materialize out of the darkness behind me. But there was nothing, only the dark, empty road. Yet the hum persisted. It wasn't physical anymore. It was in my head, a low, resonant frequency that vibrated behind my eyes at the back of my skull. It felt like a part of me now, a horrifying souvenir of that encounter. I drove for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 20 minutes before I saw the first faint lights of town on the horizon. A small cluster of streetlights, then the neon glow of the gas station sign. Civilization, safety. As I pulled into the gas station, my truck shuddering to a halt, the hum finally, abruptly, cut out. The sudden silence was almost as jarring as its presence. My entire body felt like it had been run over. I stumbled out of the truck, my legs feeling like jelly. My hands were still shaking, but the worst of the terror had receded, leaving behind a cold, hollow ache. I looked around, half expecting to see it, to feel its presence, but the gas station was bright, ordinary, filled with the mundane sounds of a late-night convenience store. I went inside, my appearance undoubtedly wild-eyed and disheveled. The clerk, a sleepy-eyed teenager, barely glanced at me as I grabbed a bottle of water, paid, and retreated to the safety of my truck. I couldn't go home, not to my apartment in town, not yet. I just needed to drive, to put as much distance as possible between me and Blackwater Lake, between me and it. I drove straight through the night, south on Highway 2, the miles ticking by slowly, agonizingly. The sun began to rise, painting the sky in soft pastels, a stark contrast to the absolute darkness I had fled. The familiar landscape of northern Minnesota, the endless pines and shimmering lakes, now seemed to hold a sinister edge. Every copse of trees, every distant hill, felt like a hiding place for something unspeakable. I didn't stop until I reached Minneapolis, pulling into a roadside motel on the outskirts, just as the city was waking up. I paid cash, avoiding eye contact with the receptionist, and practically ran to my room. Inside, I locked the door, threw myself onto the bed, and just lay there, staring at the ceiling. The events of the night replayed in my mind, a terrifying reel of impossible images. The light on the lake, the shimmer in the woods, the impossible being on the road, its eyes. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, those glowing blue orbs burned into my vision. The hum, though gone, seemed to echo in the empty spaces of my mind. I called my dad. My voice was hoarse, raspy. I tried to sound normal, but the tremor in my voice was undeniable. "Hey Dad, just checking in. Road's pretty clear, I got most of it. Came back early though, generator ran out, didn't want to get stuck." I left out every single terrifying detail. He knew I was often stubborn, but he also knew my limits. He wouldn't question a sudden return to town if the generator was dead. He sounded relieved. "Good to hear from you, son. Thought you might be hunkered down for another night. Good thinking to head back before dark again." "Yeah," I managed, my throat tight. "Good thinking." I didn't tell him about the light. I didn't tell him about the shimmer. I didn't tell him about the eyes. How could I? He'd think I was crazy. And maybe I was. Maybe exhaustion, fear, and solitude had conjured up a nightmare from the deepest parts of my subconscious. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was real. Every detail was seared into my memory. I spent the next few days in a haze, barely eating, barely sleeping. I called in sick to the outfitter shop. I couldn't face the familiar woods, couldn't face the questions, couldn't face the possibility of seeing it again, even in broad daylight. My apartment in town, usually a comfortable refuge, felt like a prison. The walls seemed to close in on me. I kept the blinds drawn, turning my small living room into a permanent twilight. I avoided looking out windows, especially at night. Every shadow, every creak of the old building sent a fresh jolt of anxiety through me. Alive. I lived in that self-imposed twilight for weeks. The blinds stayed drawn, transforming my small apartment into a perpetual dusk, even at noon. I cooked simple, often reheated meals, my appetite a phantom that flitted in and out. The phone became an object of dread. Each ring sent a jolt of panic through me, half expecting it to be it, somehow capable of reaching through the wires. My dad called again, expressing concern about my prolonged flu, urging me to see a doctor. I mumbled reassurances, lies barely convincing even to myself. My job at the outfitter shop was a casualty. I simply stopped showing up. Eventually, a terse voicemail informed me I was no longer needed. The loss of income was a distant worry. Nothing seemed to matter beyond the suffocating weight of my secret and the constant, nagging fear. The hum was gone physically, but a phantom echo persisted in my mind. It was a low frequency that vibrated just beneath my thoughts, a constant reminder of the alien presence. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent my heart lurching. I saw its eyes in the dark corners of my room, in the distorted reflections on my uncleaned windows. Those cold, piercing blue orbs were seared into my retina, burned into my consciousness. I couldn't talk to anyone who would believe me. I saw a 10-foot-tall shimmering entity with glowing blue eyes in the woods. They'd lock me up. My family, my few friends, they knew me as grounded, rational. This experience had shattered that man. I was now a stranger to myself. Desperation, however, eventually began to chip away at the paralysis. Lying in bed, day after day, stewing in fear, was slowly driving me mad. I needed answers. I needed to understand. Anything to wrestle back a sliver of control from the overwhelming chaos in my head. I cautiously began my research. Not daring to use my own computer, fearing some invisible trace, I frequented public libraries, spending hours hunched over dusty books and old newspapers, then shifting to public computers, clearing my browsing history obsessively. I started broadly with cryptids, local legends, unexplained phenomena in Minnesota. Bigfoot, chupacabras, lake monsters, they all felt too earthy, too animal. What I had seen was something else entirely. I moved on to more obscure topics: paranormal encounters, UFO sightings, interdimensional theories. The internet was a vast, chaotic ocean of information and misinformation. I waded through forums, niche websites, and archived news articles. I looked for anything that matched the specific details: the shimmering, distorted form, the height, the silent movement, the pure white-blue light, the hum, the eyes. Most of what I found was easily dismissed: blurry photos, sensationalized accounts, obvious hoaxes. But every now and then, a fragment would catch my eye. A forum post from a remote corner of Wisconsin detailing a tall, wavy figure near a forgotten lake. A local news blurb from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan about strange lights seen over a wilderness area, followed by reports of animals acting erratically. Snippets, isolated incidents, never quite adding up, never perfectly matching. One evening, deep into my research at a dimly lit library, I stumbled upon a digitized collection of old Ojibwe legends. I wasn't looking for folklore, but the search terms I'd used: forest entity, glowing eyes, silent watcher, sometimes brought up indigenous stories. Many of them spoke of spirits, of forest guardians, of mischievous or malevolent beings. But one legend, recounted by an elder in a brittle academic journal from the 1960s, caught me cold. It spoke of the Wendigo Wabishka, a variant of the traditional Wendigo spirit, but described differently. not as the emaciated, ravenous human-turned monster of common lore, but as something more ancient, more ethereal. The translation was clumsy, filtered through a Western anthropologist's lens, but the description resonated with a chilling familiarity. They say sometimes in the deepest cold, when the lake freezes thickest and the stars are like chips of ice, a spirit comes from the deep water. Not a spirit of human form, not like the people, but tall like a pine tree and thin like a winter shadow. It shimmers like heat over the fire, but it brings only cold. Its skin is dark like the night sky, but inside it glows with the light of the winter moon, a cold fire. It has no mouth, no ears, but it watches with eyes like frozen stars, blue and sharp. It brings the great silence, and when it walks, the animals go still. It does not hunt for flesh, but for something else, for knowledge, for what is hidden. For what is hidden, the phrase echoed in my mind, for what is hidden. I looked at the old, blurry photo of a map accompanying the article marking locations where such stories were traditionally told. A cluster of excess in northern Minnesota, not far from Blackwater Lake. A shiver ran down my spine, even in the library's stuffy air. This was too close, too specific. My hands trembled as I closed the browser tab. Was this what I had seen? An ancient spirit, a mythological entity, the Wendigo Wabishka. It didn't make me feel better, it made it worse. A monstrous predator I could, perhaps, comprehend. A creature of pure myth and legend, one that defied scientific explanation, pushed me further into the abyss of unreality. I continued my solitary research for another week, growing increasingly gaunt and agitated. Sleep offered no escape. The dreams were vivid, terrifying replays of the encounter, sometimes twisting into new, more insidious horrors. I saw the eyes everywhere. I heard the hum in the wind, in the drone of city traffic. One morning the phone rang. I stared at it, my heart pounding, but something in me snapped. I couldn't live like this anymore. I snatched it up. Hello, my voice was a croak. Well, son, it's Dad. Relief washed over me, immediately followed by guilt. Hey, Dad, everything okay? I don't know, son. I'm up at the cabin. Came up early for deer season. Was going to clear the rest of that road you started. His voice was strained, something I rarely heard. My dad was a rock. There's something wrong here. My blood ran cold. Wrong, what's wrong? The cabin, it's messed up, like someone broke in, but nothing's stolen. Just things are moved, and there's this cold. He paused, a shaky breath. And the silence, son, the animals aren't here, it's too quiet. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Dad, get out of there. Get in your truck and drive to town. Now. I can't, my truck, it won't start. The battery's dead, completely dead. And the generator, same thing. Nothing's working. All the electronics are dead. My mind raced. The dead generator, my dead truck battery the moment I had parked outside the cabin. Was it a coincidence? Or was it capable of draining power? The old kerosene lamp had worked. The truck's engine had started after I was inside. But the generator had died during the encounter. Had it interfered with the cabin's power while I was watching it, perhaps as it moved from the lake to the land? Dad listened to me very carefully. Do you have the old storm lantern, the kerosene one? Yeah, I just lit it. It's the only thing that works. Why? Dad, get out of the cabin. Now, just get out. Take the lantern. Head for the road, the county road. I'm coming to get you. What are you talking about? It's freezing out here. And what's going on? His voice was rising with alarm. I knew I couldn't tell him everything, not over the phone, not while he was potentially in danger. But I had to tell him enough to make him take me seriously. Dad, remember that old Ojibwe legend you used to tell me? the one about the forest spirit, the one that looked like a tall shadow with glowing eyes. A beat of silence, then a low guttural sound from him, not fear, not exactly, more like a profound ancient recognition. The Wendigo Wabishka, he whispered. You saw it, didn't you, son? That's why you left. My breath hitched, he knew, or at least he believed, my rational, unflappable father. Yes, Dad, I saw it, and I think it might still be there. It messes with electronics. It causes the silence. You have to get out of the cabin. It's not safe. Don't wait for me. Just start walking down the driveway to the county road. I'll pick you up there. All right, he said, his voice now low, resolved, a strange calm replacing the panic. I hear you. I'm getting my boots on. You hurry, son, and be careful. The phone line clicked dead. He was going. My dad, who had always dismissed those legends as campfire stories, had believed me. That in itself was more terrifying than anything. It validated my nightmares. It proved it wasn't just in my head. A cold dread settled deep in my stomach, but it was mingled with a fierce surge of determination. My dad was out there. He was vulnerable. I had to go back. The thought of returning to Blackwater Lake, to that place of unholy silence and glowing eyes, filled me with a terror that made my limbs heavy. But the thought of my dad facing it alone was far worse. I moved with a sudden, desperate energy. I pulled on my warmest clothes, grabbed my keys and a heavy-duty camping flashlight, a newer, brighter model than the one I'd lost. I even considered my small, worn hunting knife, but what good would it do? It was a symbolic gesture, a sliver of defiance against the utterly inexplicable. The drive north was a blur. The familiar landscape, once a source of comfort, now felt charged with a lurking malevolence. Every shadow seemed to stretch, every stand of pines to conceal untold horrors. The lingering phantom hum in my head seemed to intensify with every mile I gained towards Blackwater Lake. As I neared the turnoff for the county road that led to our cabin, the feeling of oppressive silence began to return. The chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant drone of highway traffic, all seemed to fade, replaced by a growing vacuum. The forest pressed in, dense and watchful, the air growing colder, heavier. I turned onto the county road, my truck's headlights carving tunnels through the deepening gloom of late afternoon. The road was deserted, bordered by an unbroken wall of dark pines. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. Up ahead, a lone figure, my dad. He was walking steadily, the kerosene lantern swinging gently in his hand, casting a small, bobbing circle of light on the asphalt. He wore his heavy hunting jacket, his shoulders hunched. I pulled up alongside him, skidding to a halt on the gravel shoulder. Dad, get in. He looked up, his face etched with strain, but his eyes were clear, steady. He climbed into the passenger seat without a word, pulling the door shut. The cabin's familiar scent of old pine and wood smoke clung to his clothes. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice raw with concern. He nodded, rubbing his gloved hands together, cold and spooked. "Never thought I'd see the day I'd be scared of these woods, son." He looked at me, his gaze sharp. "Tell me everything, from the beginning." As I drove, slowly at first, then picking up speed as we put more distance between us and the turnoff, I told him. Everything. The light on the lake, the binoculars, the shimmer, the eyes, the hum, the chase. I left nothing out. My voice was shaky at first, but as I spoke, the telling of it, the sharing of the burden, brought a strange, fragile sense of relief. He listened in silence, his face grim, occasionally nodding. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the passing trees. "So the Wendigo Wabishka," he said finally, his voice low. I always thought they were just stories, something to keep kids from wandering too deep into the woods at night. The old legend said it came from the deep water, Dad, and it brings the great silence, and it messes with what we call spirit fire, electricity, back then, and it watches for what is hidden. I repeated the fragments I remembered from my library research. Spirit fire, he murmured. That explains the truck, the generator, and the silence. It was dead quiet in that cabin, son, like the air itself had stopped moving. He shivered. And what is hidden? What do you think that means? I shook my head, my mind still reeling. I don't know. Information, knowledge, or maybe something more tangible. I don't know why it was there, or why it didn't take me. It saw you, though. It knew you were there. Yeah, its eyes were on me, the whole time. The memory sent another tremor through me. We drove in silence for a while, the enormity of what we had experienced hanging heavy in the air between us. The sun had set fully, plunging the world into darkness, but we were on the main highway now, away from the immediate threat. We can't just ignore this, son, my dad said eventually, his voice firm. We can't just pretend it didn't happen. It's out there, and it's on our property. What do you mean, can't ignore this? What are we supposed to do? Call the sheriff. Hey, we've got a mythical creature on the lake. You might want to bring your biggest net. He gave a dry, humorless chuckle. No, not the sheriff, but we have to find out what it is, and why it was there, and why it left the lake and came onto land, and why it targeted our cabin. He paused, and how to make sure it doesn't come back. My heart sank. He wasn't suggesting we run and hide. He was suggesting we confront it. My dad, ever the pragmatist, was turning into a reluctant investigator, and I was his only lead. Dad, I don't know if I can go back there, I admitted, the raw fear resurfacing. He placed a heavy hand on my arm. I know, son, I feel it too, but it's our cabin, our land. We're not going to let some thing drive us out. His grip tightened, a silent reassurance, a shared burden. And we have a bit more to go on now. We have the legend. We have the pattern of behavior. We have each other. That was it, the moment I knew I couldn't escape. My dad, the man who taught me everything about the woods, was now relying on me to navigate something beyond them. The next few days were spent in a tense, quiet collaboration. We moved my dad's truck to a trusted mechanic in a different town, explaining away the dead battery as a simple fault, though I knew better. We replaced the generator at the cabin, again with a convenient lie about its sudden failure. We needed things to be normal on the surface. In secret, we delved deeper into the legend of the Wendigo Wabishka. My dad, with his contacts among the local Ojibwe community, began to make discreet inquiries. He didn't outright ask about the entity. Instead, he framed it as an interest in traditional stories in the old ways. It was a delicate dance, as many elders were wary of outsiders exploiting their heritage. He eventually found a distant relative of our family, an elderly Ojibwe woman named Ayana, who lived even further north, near the Canadian border. She was a storyteller, a keeper of oral traditions, and highly respected. My dad had known her and her family for years, though they rarely saw each other. He called her, and after a long, quiet conversation, she agreed to meet us, but not in town. She requested we come to her secluded home, deep in the reservation lands. She says the spirits don't like to be talked about in noisy places, my dad explained, hanging up the phone, a strange light in his eyes. And she knows about the great silence. She told me to bring a gift, tobacco and wild rice. The journey to Diana's home was long, taking us further into the raw, untamed wilderness. Her cabin was even more remote than ours, nestled by a pristine, unlogged lake surrounded by ancient, towering pines. The air there felt different, purer, imbued with a quiet reverence. Gianna was a small woman, ancient and wizened, with eyes like polished stones, dark, deep, and unnervingly perceptive. Her braids, streaked with silver, hung down her back, and her hands, though gnarled with age, moved with a gentle grace. She greeted us with a silent nod, inviting us into her warm, wood-heated cabin. The scent of sage and cedar filled the air. We sat on thick animal hides on the floor around a low, intricately carved wooden table. My dad presented the tobacco and wild rice, which Ayana accepted with a soft smile. We drank strong, sweet tea from ceramic mugs, the only sound the crackle of the wood stove. Finally, Gianna looked at me, her dark eyes piercing, as if seeing right through my carefully constructed facade. "The young man carries a heavy burden," she said, her voice raspy yet clear. "The ice fire has touched him." My dad looked at me, then back at Ayana. "He saw it, Gianna, near our cabin on Blackwater Lake." She nodded slowly. "I know. The whispers have been carried on the wind. The silence is spreading. The old stories are stirring." She looked at me again. "Tell me what you saw, child of the pines." And so, for the second time, I recounted my terrifying encounter, every detail, every emotion. Gianna listened, her gaze unwavering, her expression unreadable. When I spoke of the shimmering form, the impossible height, the glowing eyes, she made a soft sound, a hum of recognition. When I described the draining of power, the great silence, her lips thinned. When I finished, she was silent for a long time, sipping her tea, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames in the stove. My dad and I waited, breath held, desperate for her insight. "This spirit," she began, her voice barely a whisper, "it is not one of anger, nor of hunger, not in the way humans understand it. It is ancient, older than the pines, older than the lakes. It is called Jiwedin Adizukan, the northern storyteller, but sometimes we call it the Wendigo Wabishka, the white shimmering spirit. It does not seek to harm in the way a wolf harms a deer," she continued. "It seeks to learn, to observe, to gather. It lives in the spaces between, in the reflections on the water, in the deep cold. It comes when the balance is disturbed, when the veil between worlds thins." "The veil between worlds?" I asked, confused. "Yes, our world and the world of the spirits. They are always touching, but sometimes a disturbance, a tear, allows for greater passage. And the Jiwedin Adizukan, it is drawn to these disturbances. It is a watcher, a keeper of knowledge. It gathers what is new, what is out of place." "What was out of place?" my dad asked, leaning forward. "Our cabin, our generator, my son cutting wood." Gianna shook her head. "No, not those things. They are part of the world. But you, young one," she said, looking at me, "you were touched. Your spirit, your essence, it resonated with something. Something the Jiwedin Adizukan was drawn to." My stomach clenched. "Touched? What do you mean?" "You felt the hum, yes, even after you left." "Yes," I confirmed, a knot forming in my throat. "That is its way of marking, of remembering. It does not forget. It has taken a piece of you, a connection, and it has given you a piece of itself. You are now attuned." She paused, her eyes grave. "It is not a curse, not a blessing. It simply is. You are now tied to it in some way." A shiver of profound unease ran through me. Tied to it, a part of me taken, a part of it given to me. This was worse than just a terrifying encounter. It was a fundamental change. "Why me?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. Gianna shrugged, a small, knowing gesture. "The spirits choose whom they choose. Perhaps your openness to the forest, your deep connection to this place made you visible, more resonant. You were in the right place at the wrong time, perhaps. So it wasn't trying to harm me, I asked, still reeling from the memory of its unblinking, predatory eyes. Harm, no, but its presence can be overwhelming, frightening. It draws life force from the land, the animals, even from you, not to consume, but to sustain its own observation, its own being. It seeks information. It seeks to understand. And you, young one, became an interesting subject. An interesting subject, my dad repeated, his voice laced with indignation. So it just observed him, drained his power, terrified him, and now he's attuned. Gianna held up a hand. It is what it is. To fight it directly, that is foolish. It is not of this world in the way we are. It cannot be cut or burned or shot. It is spirit, but it can be understood. And perhaps, if understood, it can be guided, or convinced to return to its deep slumber. How, I asked, my voice filled with a desperate hope. It is drawn to disturbances, she repeated, to places where the veil is thin, places of ancient power, or places where great change has happened, or is about to happen. Your cabin near Blackwater Lake is one such place. The lake itself holds power. And the old logging road, it cuts through places where the old ones walked, where they performed their ceremonies. It is a scar on the land, and scars can be places where the veil is weak. So it was drawn to the road, to the lake, and to me, because I was there. And perhaps because there was a change coming, a change that was reflected in you, in your questions, in your search for understanding. She looked at me intently. Tell me, young one, what was in your heart when you first saw the light on the lake? Not fear, not yet. What was it? I closed my eyes, trying to recall that initial prickle, that unfamiliar feeling. Curiosity, I admitted. A sense of wrongness, but also a pull. I wanted to know what it was. Liana smiled faintly. Curiosity, yes, a powerful energy. It resonates. The Jiwedin Adizukan is pure curiosity itself. It seeks, and it found a kindred spirit, perhaps in you. I felt a chill despite the warm cabin, a kindred spirit. With that thing, the idea was horrifying. So what do we do? My dad asked again, his frustration evident. Do we just wait for it to come back? Do we offer it a peace pipe? Liana chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like autumn leaves. Not a peace pipe, no, but understanding. The spirits, they have their own ways of communication. It is not with words, but with symbols, with intentions. It is tied to the land, to the cycles, to the memories of the forest. If you want it to leave, you must show it respect. You must show it that you understand its presence and that you respect the balance it seeks to maintain. Respect. After what it did, I felt a surge of anger. It did not act out of malice, young one. It acted out of its nature. Like the bear hunts, like the storm rages. It simply is. And you, by being there, became part of its observation. To send it back, you must address the disturbance that drew it. You must reinforce the veil, and you must show it that its lessons are understood. How do we do that? I asked, the sheer impossibility of it weighing on me. There are rituals, Liana said, her voice dropping, becoming more serious. Old ways, ways to mend the veil, ways to speak to the spirits of the land. It involves offerings, it involves cleansing, it involves ceremony, and it involves going back to the place where it first appeared, to the lake, to the place it touched you. My heart hammered back to Blackwater Lakes. She nodded, yes, to the point where it stood on the lake, and to the point where it encountered you on the logging road. These are places where the veil is thinnest, where its energy lingers most strongly. You must go there and perform the ceremony, but it is not something to be done lightly. It requires pure intention. It requires courage, and it requires belief. What exactly do we need to do? My dad asked, his practical mind already trying to break down the task. Gianna began to explain, her words slow and deliberate, weaving a tapestry of ancient wisdom and precise instruction. It involved gathering specific plants and herbs from the forest, an offering of tobacco, a purification ritual with sage and cedar smoke, and a specific prayer, a chant in Ojibwe, to be recited at dawn, facing the rising sun. We would need to go to the lake shore where I first saw the light, then to the exact spot on the logging road where it stood before my truck. You must bring a gift for the Jiwedin Adizukan itself, she instructed. Something that represents knowledge but is not of your world, something pure, something that it can observe and then perhaps be satisfied. What kind of gift? I asked, completely at a loss. Gianna closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, a faint smile on her lips. A piece of glass, perfectly clear, smooth, shaped by the hands of man but reflecting the pure light of the sun and the deep dark of the stars. It is a window, a lens, a tool for observation. It will understand. A perfectly clear, smooth piece of glass. I thought of my binoculars, the lenses that had brought the entity into terrifying focus. It felt almost ironic. This must be done at dawn, she emphasized, when the veil is thinnest and the world is reborn, and you must be alone, young one, when you do this. Your father can be near for support, but the communication must be between you and the spirit. My stomach clenched again, alone with it. And if it doesn't work? My dad asked, voicing the fear I couldn't articulate. Gianna looked at him, her gaze unwavering. Then the Jiwedin Adizukan will stay. It will continue its observation, and perhaps it will learn more than you wish it to. But if your intentions are true, if your heart is clear, and if you offer it respect and understanding, it will hear, it will see, and it will return to its deep sleep from which it came. We stayed with Ayana for 2 days, learning the chants, practicing the ritual steps, gathering the sacred herbs. She taught us how to prepare the tobacco, how to smudge with the sage, how to approach the task with a spirit of humility and respect, not fear. She warned us that fear would only empower the entity, drawing its attention further. We had to be resolute, calm, centered. It was an intense education, a crash course in a worldview utterly alien to my scientific, rational upbringing. But after what I had seen, after what I had felt, I was ready to believe. My dad, ever the pragmatist, embraced it with a focused determination. He saw a solution, a path forward, and he followed it with unshakable resolve. As we prepared to leave, Ayana pressed a small, intricately beaded pouch into my hand. Inside, I felt a smooth, polished stone. "This is for you," she said. "A protective charm. It will help you focus your mind, keep your spirit strong. The Jiwedin Adizukan will sense its presence and know you come with pure intentions. But remember, the greatest protection is in your heart." We thanked her profoundly for her wisdom and guidance. As we drove away from her remote cabin, back towards the main highway, a sense of grim purpose settled over me. We were going back to Blackwater Lake, back to face the unknown. The drive felt different this time. Less panic, more a quiet, heavy anticipation. The hum in my head, which had been constant since the encounter, seemed to diminish slightly, replaced by Iyana's voice, her instructions, her chants. We arrived at our cabin in the early evening, with just enough light to see. My dad started the generator without issue, its familiar rumble a small comfort. We checked his truck. The battery was fully charged. The engine started with a smooth purr. The entity's power-draining effect seemed to have lifted. The cabin was still and silent, the air still carrying that unnerving chill. But it wasn't the dead, oppressive silence of before. There was a faint rustle of leaves outside, a distant bird call. The balance seemed to be slowly, tentatively returning. We spent the evening meticulously preparing for the ritual. We found a perfectly clear, smooth piece of glass from an old, discarded magnifying lens, a relic from my dad's old workbench. We gathered our herbs, prepared the tobacco, and went over Ayana's instructions again and again, committing them to memory. My dad made a simple meal, but neither of us had much appetite. We spoke little, lost in our own thoughts. The weight of what lay ahead pressed down on us. I found myself holding the beaded pouch Ayana had given me, running my thumb over the smooth, cool stone within. It felt warm now, comforting, a small anchor in the storm of my fear. I didn't sleep that night, not truly. I lay on the cot, listening to the cabin creak, watching the shadows dance on the walls from the kerosene lamp my dad had lit. My mind replayed the image of the shimmering entity, its glowing blue eyes, but mixed with the terror now was a strange, unsettling sense of inevitability. I was going to face it again, and this time I wouldn't run. Long before dawn, we were up. The world outside was a canvas of deep, impenetrable black. We donned our warmest clothes, carried our carefully prepared ritual items in a small pack. My dad handed me the wrapped piece of glass. "You ready, son?" he asked, his voice low, his face illuminated by the faint glow of the lamp. I nodded, swallowing hard, as I'll ever be. "I'll be waiting at the cabin, just beyond the floodlight's reach. You won't see me, but I'll be there." His eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of fear and pride. "Be brave, and remember Ayana's words: respect, understanding, pure intention." I took a deep breath, clutching the beaded pouch. "I will." We stepped out of the cabin, leaving the door ajar, a beacon of light in the vast darkness. The air hit me, colder than before, biting and sharp. It was that pre-dawn chill that steals the warmth from your bones. The silence was back, thick and heavy, absorbing all sound. I walked towards the lake shore, my footsteps crunching on the gravel, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the profound stillness. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Each step felt heavy, deliberate, taking me closer to the unknown. The path to the lake was dark but familiar. I kept my new, powerful flashlight off, relying on the faint, barely perceptible grayness that hinted at the coming dawn. I wanted no artificial light to disturb the sanctity of the ritual. I reached the shore, the frigid lake stretching out before me, a vast, black mirror under the pre-dawn sky. There was no moon, only the faint shimmer of distant stars. The air was perfectly still, not even a ripple on the water. I found the spot where I had stood that night, watching the mysterious light. I knelt down, feeling the cold, damp earth beneath my gloves. My breath plumed in the frigid air, the only visible sign of life in the encompassing stillness. The profound silence pressed in, a physical weight on my chest, dampening even the frantic thud of my heart. It was the same silence I had experienced that night, the one my dad had described, the great silence that heralded its presence. I had to focus. Gianna's words echoed in my mind. Fear will only empower it. Be resolute, calm, centered. Easier said than done. My hands trembled as I pulled the small, ceremonial pouch from my pocket. Inside were the dried sage, cedar, and tobacco that Ayana had instructed us to prepare. I arranged a small pile of dry leaves and twigs on the ground, away from the water's edge, creating a makeshift base for a small fire. My fingers fumbled with the flint and steel, the tiny spark seeming impossibly bright in the gloom. It took several tries, my frustration mounting, before a few tendrils of smoke curled up from the tinder. I carefully nursed the flame, adding pinches of dried sage and cedar. The sweet, earthy aroma of the burning herbs slowly filled the air, a stark contrast to the biting cold. A thin ribbon of smoke rose, straight and unwavering, into the pre-dawn sky. I held the small, beaded pouch Iana had given me, clutching the smooth stone within, trying to draw strength from it, from her wisdom. Now for the tobacco. Iana had explained that tobacco was sacred, a bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds, an offering of gratitude and respect. I took a small pinch, carefully placing it onto the smoldering herbs, watching the smoke thicken, carrying my intention upward. I closed my eyes, picturing the lake, the forest, my cabin, trying to connect with the land as Gianna had taught. I took a deep breath, letting the scent of sage fill my lungs. Then I began to chant, my voice a shaky whisper at first, the ancient Ojibwe words feeling clumsy and alien on my tongue. Jiwedin Adizukan, Jinawin Dijwin, Wabish ka Adizukan, Wabish ka Niamiadiwin, Nian, Ijichijwin, Nijiajiata, Ni Mikwiniman Ni Adisukan, Manidukwin, Anishinab Miakana, Gijuadiziwin, Mindimuyan Ji Ijichij. Northern storyteller, I acknowledge you. Shimmering spirit, I acknowledge your dance. I, a human, complete my task. I remember my story. Spiritual ceremony, human path. Compassion, the elder completed her work. I repeated the chant, focusing on the meaning Ayana had conveyed, acknowledgement, respect, and understanding of its ancient role. With each repetition, my voice grew stronger, more resonant, filling the vast emptiness around me. The fear hadn't vanished, but it had receded, replaced by a quiet, determined focus. I opened my eyes. The eastern horizon was beginning to lighten, a faint gray bleeding into the black. The lake's surface remained utterly still, a perfect mirror of the sky. Now the gift, the piece of glass. Iana had said it represented knowledge, observation. I carefully unwrapped the old magnifying lens. It was perfectly clear, smooth to the touch. I held it up, letting the faint light of dawn catch its surface, then lowered it, placing it gently on the shore at the exact spot where I had first stood, facing the lake. This is an offering, I whispered, my voice hoarse, for knowledge, for observation, for understanding. I sat there for a long moment, watching the smoke rise, listening to the silence. Nothing happened. No shimmering, no hum, no glowing eyes, just the gradual awakening of the dawn. Had it worked? Had it heard? Or was it just not here? Liana had warned that it might not manifest physically. The purpose of the ritual was to address the disturbance, to reinforce the veil, to show respect. I felt a sense of both profound relief and lingering unease. The silence, though still present, felt less oppressive now, less absolute. A faint breeze stirred the trees on the opposite shore. I gathered the remnants of my small fire, scattering the ashes respectfully, then rose to my feet. The first part was done. Now, the logging road. The walk back from the lake to the logging road felt different. The fear was still a cold knot in my stomach, but it was overshadowed by a strange sense of mission. My purpose was clear, and that clarity brought a fragile strength. The sky was now a muted gray-blue, the outlines of the trees sharper, more defined. The path was still dark, but no longer impenetrable. I moved with quiet deliberation, each step mindful, trying to recall every detail of that terrifying night. The logging road, the massive oak tree, the spot where I had lost my flashlight, and finally the exact location where it had stood, illuminated by my headlights, its terrible blue eyes fixed on me. The hum was gone, the oppressive silence was still there, but subtly different. It felt watchful rather than suffocating, like the forest was holding its breath. I reached the fallen oak, a dark, sprawling mass even in the dim light. I climbed over it, more carefully this time, my shoulder still aching faintly from my fall. My eyes scanned the ground for my lost flashlight, but it was nowhere to be seen. It didn't matter now. I had a stronger one, still clipped to my belt, but I continued to keep it off. I walked the 75 yards from the oak, my gaze fixed on the spot. My truck was gone, parked safely back at the cabin. The road was empty, a dark ribbon winding through the silent trees. I stopped, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. This was it, the exact spot. I could almost feel the imprint of its impossible height, its shimmering presence hanging in the air. The air here was colder, significantly colder than on the lake shore. My breath plumed more thickly, and I could feel the chill seeping into my bones, despite my heavy coat. This was where the connection had been strongest, where its attention had been truly fixed on me. I knelt again, pulling out the same pouch of herbs. This time I didn't need flint and steel. The small ceremonial fire was already prepared. I had brought a few glowing embers from the fire at the lake, kept warm in a small enclosed tin, as Ayana had instructed. The idea was to carry the thread of the ritual, to connect the two sacred spots. I carefully transferred the embers to the small pile of dry twigs, sage, and cedar. The smoke began to rise immediately, thicker and faster this time, carrying the potent scent of the burning herbs. I added the tobacco, watching it sizzle and crackle. The rhythmic crackle of the fire and the rising smoke were the only movements in the profound stillness. I clutched the beaded pouch, the stone warm in my palm, and began the chant again, my voice stronger now, more confident. The Ojibwe words flowed, each syllable a focused intention, a prayer for balance, for understanding. Jiwedin Adizukan, Jinawin Daijwin, Wabishka Adizukan, Wabishka Niamiadiwin, Nian, Ijachaijwin, Nijiajiata, Nai Mikwiniman Nai Adisukan, Manidukwin, Anishinab Miakana, Gijuadiziwin, Mindimuyan Ji Ijachaij. As I chanted, the faint light of dawn intensified, painting the eastern sky in hues of rose and violet. The forest around me began to emerge from the darkness, individual trees taking shape, their branches stark against the brightening sky. And then I felt it. Not saw it, not heard it, felt it. A cold pressure, an immense presence coalescing behind the wall of pines at the edge of the road. The air grew even colder, stealing the heat from my face, making my eyes water. The hum, that low, resonant frequency, began to return, faint at first, then growing, vibrating through the earth, through my body, settling behind my eyes. I didn't turn. Iana's words, do not show fear. Do not make eye contact until you are ready. Maintain your intention. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against the hum. The terror was back, a cold, sharp claw in my gut, but I pushed it down, focusing on the chant, on the rising smoke, on the warm stone in my hand. My voice, though trembling, continued the ancient words. The hum intensified, becoming a palpable vibration in the air. The faint shimmer returned, a distortion in the morning light just beyond the tree line. I could see the tall, impossibly thin outline, like heat rising from the road, but radiating profound cold. It was watching. I knew it was watching. I finished the chant, my voice cracking on the last word. I took a deep, shuddering breath, then slowly, deliberately, picked up the piece of glass. I held it out, not towards the shimmering form, but towards the rising sun, letting the first rays of dawn strike its perfectly clear surface. "This is for you," I said, my voice barely a whisper, yet it felt loud in the oppressive silence. A token of observation, a reflection of light and darkness, a path to knowledge. I slowly turned, my gaze rising, my eyes searching the shimmering distortion. Gianna had said to approach it with pure intention, with respect. My fear was still there, a raw, primal instinct, but it was tempered by the ritual, by the knowledge Ayana had given me. And there it was, standing perfectly still at the edge of the woods, bathed in the nascent light of dawn. Taller than before, it seemed, its form less indistinct now. The crystalline shards within its shimmering outline were sharper, more defined, constantly shifting, catching the faint light like polished facets. The internal white-blue light pulsed with the hum, a slow, deliberate rhythm. And its eyes, those terrible, intensely luminous blue orbs, they were fixed on me just as before. But this time I didn't drop my gaze, I met them. There was no malice, no anger, no curiosity in them. Just that vast, ancient, focused awareness. A profound, alien intelligence. It was observing, truly observing. I held out the piece of glass, offering it. The hum reached a peak, vibrating through my very bones. The air around the entity seemed to ripple, distorting the trees behind it, making them appear to sway and dissolve. Then slowly, infinitesimally, the entity moved. A single, fluid step forward, its feet not seeming to touch the ground. Then another. It was gliding towards me, silently, inexorably, drawn by the offering, by the ritual, by the connection I had made. My blood ran cold. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to drop the glass and flee. But I stood my ground, my arm outstretched, the glass held firmly in my trembling hand. I remembered Ayana's words, "It does not seek to harm, it seeks to learn." It stopped about 15 feet from me, its impossible height towering over me, its presence filling the small clearing on the logging road. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a numbing chill that penetrated my clothing, reaching my skin. The internal light pulsed, reflecting in the glass I held. The hum was deafening in my head, a sound only I could hear. Its gaze, those piercing blue eyes, dropped from my face to the glass, then back to my face, then to the glass again. It was studying it, studying me, offering it. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there, locked in this silent, terrifying tableau. Me, a fragile human, offering a symbol of knowledge to an ancient, alien spirit. It, the Jiwedin Adizukan, the northern storyteller, observing, assessing, consuming. Then a change. The hum began to recede slowly, imperceptibly at first, then more rapidly. The shimmering distortion around its form intensified for a moment, blurring its crystalline facets, making it appear even less solid. The internal white-blue light flared once, a silent pulse, then began to dim. Its eyes, still fixed on the glass, seemed to soften, the intense luminosity fading, becoming more like the distant pinpricks I had first seen. The cold that radiated from it lessened, the biting chill giving way to a more neutral, though still unnatural, coolness. It wasn't hostile, it wasn't friendly, it was accepting. Slowly, without a sound, the entity began to turn. Its movements were fluid, like smoke dissipating. It didn't walk away, it seemed to retract, to dissolve back into the fabric of the forest. The shimmering form grew fainter, less distinct, merging with the shadows of the pines. The internal light faded, becoming a mere ghost. Its eyes were the last to go, two faint, blue pinpricks lingering for a moment, fixed on me, before winking out, swallowed by the gloom beneath the trees. And then it was gone. The hum vanished entirely. The oppressive silence lifted. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my arm still outstretched, the piece of glass still in my hand. My body was trembling violently now, the adrenaline that had held me steady draining away, leaving me weak and lightheaded. I gasped, a ragged, aching breath that sounded like a sob. My legs gave out and I sank to my knees on the cold earth, the piece of glass falling from my numb fingers, landing softly in the grass. I looked at the spot where it had stood. Nothing, just the dark, silent pines now fully illuminated by the soft light of dawn. The air still held a lingering chill, but it was the cold of a winter morning, not the unnatural cold of its presence. The sun had risen now, its golden rays piercing through the trees, bathing the logging road in a warm, welcoming light. A bird chirped in the distance, a tentative, hesitant sound at first, then another and another, until the forest was alive with the gentle chorus of morning. The rustle of leaves, the distant caw of a crow, the great silence was broken. The balance was returning. I stayed there for a long time, kneeling in the dirt, the morning sun warming my face, the sounds of the forest slowly bringing me back to myself. The terror was still a fresh wound, a raw, aching memory, but beneath it, a profound sense of peace began to bloom. It was over. It had accepted the offering. It had heard Ayana's ritual, my intention, my respect. Slowly, I pushed myself to my feet, my muscles stiff and protesting. I looked at the piece of glass on the ground. It lay there, reflecting the golden light of the new day. I bent down and picked it up. It felt different now, imbued with a strange, cool energy. I carefully wrapped it in a piece of cloth and tucked it into my inner pocket, a souvenir of an impossible encounter, a tangible link to a world beyond my comprehension. I walked back towards the cabin, my steps lighter now, though still slow, still burdened by the weight of what I had just experienced. The air felt cleaner, sharper. The birdsong was a beautiful, welcome symphony. My dad was waiting for me at the cabin, standing just outside the floodlight's reach, just as he said he would. He saw me, and a wave of profound relief washed over his face. He rushed forward, meeting me halfway down the driveway. "Son, are you all right?" he asked, his voice thick with concern. He put a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with emotion. I just hugged him, burying my face in his familiar hunting jacket. He held me tight, patting my back. "It worked, didn't it?" he whispered, pulling back slightly, his eyes searching mine. I nodded again, tears finally pricking at my eyes. "It's gone, Dad. The silence is gone. The birds are back." He let out a shaky breath, a profound relief washing over his face. "Thank God, thank Ayana." He clapped me on the back. "Come on, let's get you some hot coffee, and you can tell me everything." Back inside the cabin, the kerosene lamp still burning, the wood stove radiating warmth, I finally felt the exhaustion crash over me. I sank into a chair by the fire, letting the heat soak into my chilled bones. My dad poured me a mug of steaming coffee, its rich aroma a comforting scent. I recounted the experience, every detail, every terrifying moment, every surge of fear, every desperate push to maintain my resolve. My dad listened intently, his face grim, but with a growing sense of awe. "It accepted the glass," I finished, holding up the wrapped lens. "It just looked at it, and then it started to fade." My dad took the glass, unwrapped it, and held it up to the light, turning it over in his calloused fingers. "A symbol of knowledge," he murmured. Gianna was right, it understood. He looked at me, his eyes full of respect. "You were brave, son, braver than I could have been." I didn't feel brave. I felt utterly drained, raw, and fundamentally changed. But there was also a glimmer of something else, a fragile sense of accomplishment, of having faced the incomprehensible and survived. We spent the rest of the day in a quiet haze, unable to really process what had happened. The cabin felt normal again, the generator humming, the refrigerator running. The woods outside rustled with the sounds of ordinary life, but we both knew, deep in our bones, that nothing would ever truly be normal again. The next morning, we packed up the cabin. There was no question of staying, not now. We needed time, distance, to reconcile what we had witnessed with the world we knew. We secured everything, closed up the windows, and locked the door. As we drove away, leaving Blackwater Lake behind, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin stood silent and still, nestled among the pines. The lake shimmered under the morning sun, serene and beautiful. But beneath that beauty, I knew, lay ancient, unfathomable depths. We made the long drive back to Minneapolis in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The hum was truly gone now, but the attunement Iana had spoken of, the connection, felt real. It was a subtle shift in perception, a heightened awareness of the world around me, a sensitivity to things I had never noticed before. The forest, the silence, the subtle energies of the land, they felt less like background noise and more like a living, breathing entity. Back in the city, the concrete and traffic felt jarring, artificial. My apartment, once a sanctuary from the wilderness, now felt stifling, too small. I still found myself drawn to windows, but not with fear. Instead, I looked up at the night sky, seeing the stars with a new clarity, a new sense of their vastness. The universe felt much bigger, much stranger, and infinitely more profound than I had ever imagined. I went back to my job at the outfitter shop. My boss, a gruff but understanding man, was just glad to see me. I mumbled something about a bad flu and a cabin fever, and he let it go. But I was different. My easygoing demeanor was gone, replaced by a quiet intensity. I found myself watching customers, studying their faces, their movements, as if searching for something. I often caught myself staring out the window, past the racks of camping gear and fishing rods, towards the distant, hazy outline of the northern trees. My dad and I spoke often, but never explicitly about it. It was an unspoken understanding, a shared secret that bound us closer than ever. We talked about mundane things, about work, about the weather, but beneath it all, the knowledge of what we had experienced, what we had faced together, was a constant, shimmering presence. Months passed, winter turned to spring, then summer. The memory of the Jiwedin Adizukan became less immediate, less raw, fading into the realm of unbelievable nightmares, but it never truly left. It had carved a permanent space in my mind, in my soul. I still had the piece of glass, carefully tucked away in a locked drawer. Sometimes, when the longing for answers grew too strong, or when the hum threatened to return as a phantom echo, I would take it out. I would hold it, feeling its cool weight, remembering the vast intelligence of those blue eyes, the profound silence, the impossible shimmer. One day, as summer was giving way to autumn, my dad called. His voice was casual, but I could hear the underlying tension. "Hey son, thinking of heading up to the cabin next weekend. Do some last-minute repairs before winter sets in. Check the hunting trails." My heart gave a jolt. The cabin. "Yeah, it's been a while. Don't want the place falling apart on us." He paused, then his voice dropped slightly. "And I think it's time to check on things." I knew what he meant. He wasn't just talking about a leaky roof. He was talking about the entity, about whether the ritual had truly worked, whether the Jiwedin Adizukan had truly returned to its deep slumber. A knot of apprehension tightened in my stomach. The idea of going back, of setting foot on that land again, filled me with a familiar dread, but another feeling stirred within me as well, a strange, insistent pull. Liana had said I was attuned, A part of me had been taken, a part of it given, a connection. "I'll come with you, Dad," I said, the words surprising even myself. The thought was terrifying, but it was also necessary. I needed to know. I needed to see. My dad's voice softened, a hint of relief in it. "Good, we'll go together." We arrived at Blackwater Lake on a crisp, clear autumn afternoon. The leaves were a riot of fiery reds and brilliant golds, a breathtaking tapestry against the deep green of the pines. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and wood smoke. It was the kind of perfect fall day that usually filled me with joy. But as we turned onto the county road that led to our cabin, a familiar tension began to build. The forest, though vibrant with color, felt watchful, the silence more pronounced. Not the profound, absolute silence of its presence, but a quieter, more expectant hush. The cabin was exactly as we had left it, still, silent, nestled in the vibrant autumn foliage. We started the generator, and the familiar rumble filled the air, a comforting sound of normalcy. We checked the truck, fueled it up, made sure everything was in working order. Everything seemed ordinary. But neither of us felt ordinary. We kept our senses on high alert, our eyes scanning the tree line, our ears straining for any unnatural sound, any hint of the hum. We spent the first day clearing trails, stacking firewood, and making small repairs. The physical labor was a welcome distraction, grounding us in the familiar rhythms of the woods. Yet with every swing of the axe, every rustle of leaves, I felt a subtle unease, a prickle on my skin. The attunement Gianna spoke of felt stronger here. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in fiery hues, my dad suggested a walk to the lake. "Just to see," he said, his voice quiet. I nodded, a tremor of apprehension running through me. This was what we had come for. We walked the familiar path in silence, our boots crunching on the fallen leaves. The air grew colder, the shadows lengthened, stretching like ghostly fingers across the forest floor. The sounds of the woods, though present, seemed muted, distant. We reached the lake shore, standing at the very spot where I had performed the first part of the ritual. The lake was calm, reflecting the deep blues and purples of the twilight sky. The opposite shore was a dark, indistinct mass. We waited, watching, listening. Nothing, no light on the water, no shimmering in the trees, no hum, just the gentle lapping of the water against the shore, the distant call of an owl. A profound wave of relief washed over me. It was gone. The ritual had worked. The veil had been reinforced. The Jiwedin Adizukan had returned to its deep slumber. My dad let out a slow, deep breath, his shoulders relaxing. "Looks like it worked, son," he murmured, a smile of genuine relief touching his lips. I nodded, still staring out at the darkening lake, feeling the last vestiges of fear dissipate. We turned to go, ready to return to the cabin, to warmth, to the comfort of a successful mission. As we walked back, however, I paused, a faint, almost imperceptible feeling, a chill not of the autumn air but something else, a subtle shift in the forest's energy. My dad stopped beside me, sensing my sudden tension. "What is it?" he whispered. I shook my head, straining my senses. The attunement. It was a faint, lingering echo, not the entity itself, not its full, terrifying presence, but a remnant, a shadow. I looked towards the logging road, towards the spot where I had faced it. The woods were dark and impenetrable there. I don't know, Dad," I finally managed to say, my voice low. "It's something, a feeling." We decided to stay for another day, just to be sure. We hiked the logging road in the morning, inspecting the spot where the entity had stood. Nothing seemed out of place. The fallen oak was still there, the undergrowth undisturbed. The air felt cold but normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling. It was subtle, insidious. A sense of being watched, of something lingering just beyond the edge of perception. That evening, as darkness fell again, my dad and I sat on the cabin porch, nursing mugs of hot coffee, listening to the night sounds. The stars were brilliant, scattered like diamonds across the black velvet sky. The generator hummed softly, a comforting drone. Suddenly, the generator sputtered. The floodlight on the side of the cabin flickered, then died. The cabin lights dimmed, then went out completely. The generator coughed once more, then fell silent, plunging us into near-total darkness. The only light was the faint glow of the stars and the distant, cold gleam of the lake. My blood ran cold. My dad stiffened beside me, his mug clattering against the porch floor. "The generator," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "It's dead again." The silence that followed was not the great silence of the Wendigo Wabishka, not yet, but it was a precursor, an expectant hush that stole the breath from my lungs. The distant chirping of crickets faded, the rustle of leaves in the trees ceased. The world held its breath. And then I felt it, the hum, faint but unmistakable, vibrating in the ground, in the air, in my very bones. It was back. My dad reached out, his hand grasping my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "It's here," he breathed, his voice barely audible. We sat there, frozen, listening to the deepening silence, to the rising hum. The stars above seemed to grow brighter, colder. The air grew colder, too, a distinct, unnatural chill seeping into the very fabric of the night. I slowly turned my head, my eyes scanning the darkness towards the lake. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising hum. Then I saw it, a faint white-blue light shimmering faintly on the distant surface of Blackwater Lake. Just a tiny pinpoint at first, like a star fallen to earth, but growing, spreading, intensifying. It was moving. My dad saw it too. He squeezed my arm, his knuckles white. "It's coming," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. The light grew, resolving itself into the familiar, terrifying distortion. It was moving across the lake, silently, inexorably, towards our shore, towards our cabin. The hum was louder now, a resonant thrum that filled my head, pressing against my eardrums. The chill intensified, making my teeth chatter. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, to somehow escape this impossible horror. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the terrible beauty of the shimmering light on the water. It reached the shore and began to glide silently, fluidly, into the trees. The outlines of its impossibly tall form became visible within the shimmer, the shifting crystalline shards. The internal white-blue light pulsed with renewed intensity. And then those eyes, two intensely luminous blue orbs, burning in the darkness, fixed on our cabin, on us. The ritual, the offering, it had worked, but only for a time. It had observed, it had learned, and now it had returned. Wise, what had drawn it back? What did it want now? My dad, ever the pragmatist, was already moving. He reached for the kerosene lantern we always kept on the porch table, its wick pre-trimmed. His hands fumbled, but he managed to strike a match, and the single, flickering flame sprang to life, casting a small circle of light in the vast darkness. "We need to go," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Now." But I couldn't move. My feet felt like lead. My mind was racing, trying to comprehend this impossible return. The attunement, the connection, it hadn't left me, it hadn't forgotten. The entity was closer now, moving silently through the deeper shadows of the tree line, paralleling our driveway, heading towards the logging road. It wasn't rushing. It was still observing, still watching. "Son, snap out of it," my dad hissed, shaking my arm. "We have to get to the truck." The truck, my only hope, but the generator was dead. All electricity seemed to be gone. Would the truck start? Had it drained its battery again? Gianna's words flashed in my mind. It lives in the spaces between. It comes when the balance is disturbed, when the veil between worlds thins. And it gathers what is new, what is out of place. It seeks information. It seeks to understand. It had left, it had accepted the offering. So why was it back? What new information was it seeking? What new disturbance had drawn it? And then a new thought, a cold, terrifying realization, struck me with the force of a physical blow. Iana had said, "You, young one, were touched. Your spirit, your essence, it resonated with something. Something the Jiwedin Adizukan was drawn to, you are now tied to it in some way." It wasn't the cabin it was drawn to. It wasn't the lake. It wasn't the logging road. It was me. It was still me. The hum intensified, vibrating through my entire body. I could feel its gaze, those terrible blue eyes burning into my soul. It wasn't just watching anymore. It was focused, utterly, completely focused. My dad pulled me to my feet. "We're not waiting, come on." He began to move, pulling me along, the kerosene lantern swinging wildly in his hand, casting dancing shadows around us. We stumbled down the porch steps, across the gravel driveway, towards the logging road. The truck was parked at the start of the driveway, facing out towards the county road. The entity was now at the edge of the logging road, near where the driveway met it, still and silent, its glowing eyes fixed on us. We reached the truck, my dad fumbling with the keys. The locks clicked open. We scrambled inside, slamming the doors shut. My dad jammed the key into the ignition, twisting it with desperate urgency. The engine sputtered, it coughed. Then, mercifully, it roared to life. The headlights flared on, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. And the entity, it was standing there in the middle of the logging road, about 30 feet in front of us, its impossibly tall form shimmering, its blue eyes burning with intense, focused awareness. It hadn't moved, it was waiting. My dad slammed the truck into reverse, stomping on the gas. The tires spun, spraying gravel, and the truck lurched backward. We sped down the driveway, away from the logging road, away from the lake, away from it. The cabin flashed by on our right, dark and silent. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. It was still there, at the edge of the logging road, watching us go. Its eyes were fixed on me. The hum was deafening now, filling the entire truck, vibrating through the chassis, through my very bones. It was in my head, a terrifying echo of its presence. We reached the end of the driveway, gravel spitting from the tires as my dad spun onto the county road. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, the old truck surging forward, engine screaming. I looked in the rearview mirror, the driveway, the woods, the entity, all swallowed by the darkness. But the hum was still there, and the hum was deafening now, filling the entire truck, vibrating through the chassis, through my very bones. It was in my head, a terrifying echo of its presence. It didn't fade as the truck gained speed, didn't diminish as the distant cabin became a memory swallowed by the autumn night. It was a constant, resonant thrum, a direct line from the entity to me, a brutal reminder of the link Iana had spoken of. My dad drove like a man possessed, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the winding, unlit county road. The truck's old engine screamed in protest, but he pushed it harder, desperate to put as much distance as possible between us and Blackwater Lake. The beam of the headlights cut a tunnel through the impenetrable darkness, revealing nothing but fleeting glimpses of trees, their branches blurring into ghostly streaks. I sat hunched, staring blankly ahead, the hum a persistent assault on my senses. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling, a pressure, a profound coldness seeping into my core. My breath came in ragged gasps, my entire body rigid with terror. It had been back. After all the ritual, all the hope, it had returned, and it was after me. "Are you okay, son?" my dad finally asked, his voice strained, a raw edge of fear in it that I rarely heard. He risked a quick glance at me, his face pale in the faint glow of the dashboard lights. I shook my head, unable to form words. The hum was too loud, too consuming. My hands were clamped over my ears, as if I could physically block it out, but it was inside, an echo of a presence that was no longer physically near, yet undeniably connected. "It knows," I croaked, my voice hoarse. "It knows I'm here. It's still with me." My dad nodded grimly. "I know, I felt it. Not like you maybe, but I felt its eyes on us, on you." He pressed the accelerator harder. "We're going straight to Gianna's. No stops. She has to know. She has to tell us what to do." The drive was an endless blur of fear and exhaustion. Every shadow on the road ahead seemed to coalesce into the towering form of the G-Wedin Adizukan. Every sudden gust of wind against the truck's window sounded like its impossible whisper. The hum in my head never faltered, a constant, chilling reminder that I was no longer truly alone. We drove through the night, the first faint hint of dawn a welcome sight on the eastern horizon. The hum, though still present, seemed to recede slightly with the coming light, becoming a low thrum rather than an overwhelming roar. It was a small mercy, but it allowed my mind to clear just enough to process the new layer of dread that had settled over me. Liana had said the ritual would send it back to its deep slumber. She had said it would return if the balance was disturbed, if the veil was thin. But what had disturbed it this time? And why, after accepting the offering, would it come back directly for me? The answer, the terrifying realization that had struck me on the porch, echoed relentlessly. You, young one, were touched. Your spirit, your essence, it resonated with something. You are now tied to it in some way. It wasn't a random occurrence. It was a consequence. A connection that the ritual had not severed, but perhaps merely paused. It had observed, it had learned, and now it had decided to continue its observation, perhaps in a more direct, persistent manner. As the sun fully rose, painting the world in hues of orange and gold, the hum receded further, settling into a low, almost imperceptible throb behind my eyes. It was still there, a constant presence, but muted. It was as if the entity, like a nocturnal predator, had withdrawn its immediate focus with the coming of day, only to resume its quiet vigil. We reached Ayana's secluded home deep in the reservation lands just as the morning mist was burning off. The cabin looked the same, serene and ancient, nestled amongst the towering pines by the pristine lake. But this time, there was no quiet reverence in the air for me, only a desperate, urgent need. My dad cut the engine, and the silence that rushed in was startling, almost painful, after the constant drone of the hum and the truck's engine. I felt exposed, vulnerable. We got out, our movements stiff from the long, tense drive. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Gianna's cabin door opened before we even reached it, and she stood there, small and ancient, her eyes like polished stones fixed on us. There was no surprise in her gaze, only a profound, knowing sadness. "The wind carries many stories," she said, her voice raspy yet clear, "and the northern storyteller, it speaks loudest of all." We entered, the familiar scent of sage and cedar a welcome comfort, yet also a stark reminder of the ritual that had failed. We sat on the animal hides around the low table, drinking the strong, sweet tea Ayana offered. This time there was no quiet preamble, no delicate dance of inquiries. My dad, his voice raw with exhaustion and fear, went straight to it. "It's back, Ayana. It returned last night. The generator died just like before, and it was there on the logging road, and it was coming for him." He gestured to me, his hand trembling slightly. Gianna nodded slowly, her dark eyes still fixed on me. I felt the stirring, the return of the cold, even here. The veil thins once more. "But why?" I burst out, my voice laced with a desperate edge. "The ritual, the offering, you said it would send it back. You said it would be satisfied." She sighed, a deep, weary sound. "The Jiwedin Adizukan is an ancient spirit, child of the pines. Its ways are not our ways. Its understanding of satisfaction is not ours. It observed, it learned, and it recognized something in you that it wishes to continue to observe. The offering was accepted as a gesture of respect, yes, but it was also a gift of knowledge, a tool for its observation. And it has chosen to use that connection, that attunement, to continue its learning." My stomach clenched, so it didn't leave, it just paused. "In a way, it retreated, yes, but the tie, the resonance it found in you, it was stronger than we anticipated. The veil, it is like a wound in the world. We can mend it, close it with ceremony and intention, but if there is a thread, a connection through that wound, it will pull. And the Jiwedin Adizukan is pure curiosity. It is drawn to that which is new, that which changes, that which is attuned to its very nature." "But why me?" I pleaded, the injustice of it all burning in my chest. "I didn't ask for this. I just saw a light on the lake." Gianna's gaze softened slightly. "Sometimes the spirits choose. You have a deep spirit, young one, an open mind, a sensitivity to the forest, a curiosity that mirrors its own. Perhaps it recognized a kinship, a reflection of its own essence in yours. Or perhaps, simply, you were the vessel available when the veil thinned in a significant way. The spirits do not always explain their choices in ways we can understand." My dad interjected, his voice firm. "So what now, Ayana? We can't just live with this thing constantly drawing us out, draining power, terrifying my son. There has to be a way to sever this connection, to make it leave for good." Gianna was silent for a long moment, sipping her tea, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames in her wood stove. The air was thick with unspoken fear, with the weight of her wisdom. "To sever a connection with such an ancient spirit is not simple," she finally said, her voice low. "Especially one that has chosen you as its focus. It is not like cutting a string. It is more like trying to unbind two rivers that have begun to flow together." "But it can be done," my dad pressed. She looked at him, then at me. "There is one way, an old way, a dangerous way. It involves going deeper, not just to the surface of the veil, but into the space between worlds. To confront it, not with offerings, but with a profound act of will. To show it that its presence is not welcome, and that the connection it seeks is not beneficial to either of you." My heart hammered. "Confront it? How? You said it couldn't be fought directly." "Not with steel or fire, no," Gianna clarified, "but with spirit, with pure intent, with a sacred challenge. It is a watcher, a gatherer of knowledge. If you can show it that you understand its nature and that its continued presence would be a detriment to its own purpose, it may withdraw. A detriment to its own purpose, I asked, confused. How could my suffering be a detriment to its purpose of learning? The Jiweden Adizukan gathers information, yes, she explained, but it does so for the balance. It seeks to understand what is new, what is changing, so that it might maintain the ancient equilibrium. If its continued observation of you causes imbalance, causes you great suffering, causes you to become diminished, then the information it gathers becomes tainted, corrupted. It is no longer pure observation. It disrupts the very thing it seeks to understand. So if I show it that its presence is destroying me, it will leave. Liana shook her head slowly, not destroying you precisely, but disrupting the pure stream of your spirit, your life. If you are constantly afraid, constantly drained, constantly looking over your shoulder, then the story it gathers from you is not whole. It is a story of fear, not of balance, not of the natural flow of life. It seeks to understand life. If its presence brings only the dissolution of life, it defeats its own purpose. How do I show it this? I asked, a spark of desperate hope mingling with my terror. What do I do? You must go to the heart of the connection, she said, her voice dropping to a serious whisper. Not just where it touched you, but where its energy resonates most powerfully with yours. And there you must perform a ceremony of severance. It requires great courage, pure intention, and a willingness to offer a piece of yourself, not in subjugation, but in declaration of your own sovereign spirit. A piece of myself. Yes, a memory, a part of your journey, your essence, that represents your strength, your connection to this world, to life, to your story. And you must present it to the Jiweden Adizukan, not as an offering, but as a boundary. As a statement that its observation has reached its conclusion, and its continued presence will only serve to unravel the very tapestry of life it seeks to learn from. And if it doesn't accept, my dad asked, his voice tight. Gianna's gaze was grim. Then the connection will remain, and its observation will continue, perhaps becoming more intrusive, more demanding. It is a spirit of the cold, of the silence. It can draw the warmth from a person, the very will to live, if it focuses its attention for too long. The cold truth of her words settled heavily in the air. This was a desperate gamble, a final confrontation. Where is the heart of the connection? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Gianna closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them. The logging road, yes, the place where you first truly saw it, where its gaze fixed upon you. But not just that spot, deeper into the woods. There is an ancient cedar grove, older than any living memory, near the place where the logging road cuts through the old hunting trails. It is a place of powerful energy, a place where the veil has always been thin. It is sacred ground. That is where you must go. She began to describe the new ritual, far more complex and dangerous than the last. It involved gathering different herbs, rare plants from deep within the forest, not for offering, but for binding and cleansing. It required a specific chant, longer and more powerful than the first, a declaration of self and sovereignty in the face of the ancient spirit. And it required a physical representation of the piece of myself I was to offer as a boundary. What form should this memory take? I asked, utterly at a loss. Gianna looked at me, her eyes thoughtful. Something that represents your journey, your connection to this land, but also your strength, your will to live. Something that you have created, something that is uniquely yours, forged through your experience. A piece of wood carved with your hands, a drawing that speaks of your spirit, something that holds your essence, your story. I thought of my years spent in the woods, the things I had learned, the skills I had honed, the pragmatic knowledge of a woodsman, the connection to the tools of my trade. My axe, I suggested, thinking of the heavy, balanced tool that had been my constant companion in the forest. It's been with me on every trip. I've sharpened it, cared for it. It's a tool of creation, of survival. Gianna considered this, then nodded slowly. Yes, the axe, a tool of both destruction and creation, a symbol of human will and presence in the wilderness. It carries your energy. That will be a powerful declaration. We spent another 2 days with Ayana, learning, preparing. This time the lessons were more intense, imbued with a greater sense of gravity. She taught me the new chants, their words ringing with a fierce, defiant power. She showed me how to prepare the herbs, to weave them into a small, intricate bundle, meant not to offer, but to bind. She instructed me on how to imbue the axe with my intention, to make it a vessel for my spirit, for my declaration. My dad, though terrified, was unwavering in his support. He helped gather the herbs, his hands, usually so steady, trembling slightly as he followed Ayana's precise instructions. He listened to the chants, his brow furrowed in concentration, trying to absorb the meaning, the power, even if the words were alien to him. As we prepared to leave, Diana pressed another item into my hand, a small, intricately carved wooden bird, smoothed by generations of handling. This is for your spirit, to remind it of its own song, she said. The Jiwedin Adizukan seeks to understand. Show it a strong song, a clear intention, and it will hear. The drive back to Blackwater Lake was even more fraught with tension than the flight. The hum in my head was a low, constant presence, a promise of the confrontation to come. I tried to focus on Ayana's words, on the strength of my intention, on the power of the ritual. But beneath it all, the raw, primal fear coiled in my gut. We arrived at the cabin in the late afternoon. The leaves were still a blaze of autumn color, but the vibrancy felt muted, overshadowed by the quiet dread. The generator was still dead. We ran on backup lanterns and the truck's battery for minimal light. The air around the cabin felt heavy, watchful. I spent the remaining daylight hours preparing my axe. I cleaned it meticulously, sharpening the blade to a razor's edge. Then, as Ayana had instructed, I sat with it, focusing my intention, infusing it with my will, my story, my connection to the land, and my refusal to be defined by the Jiwedin Adizukan's observation. I held the small wooden bird Ayana had given me, running my thumb over its smooth form, trying to find my own song, my own courage. My dad and I ate a silent meal, the kerosene lantern casting long, dancing shadows on the cabin walls. The hum was stronger now, a resonant throb that permeated the small space. We both felt it, a profound coldness seeping into the cabin, a tangible sign of its renewed proximity. "Are you sure about this, son?" my dad asked, his voice low, his eyes filled with a desperate concern. "There has to be another way. We could just leave, sell the cabin, never come back." I looked at him, then at the axe in my hand. "It won't work, Dad. Gianna said it's tied to me. It'll follow. And if I don't face it, if I don't try to sever this, it'll just drain me, make me part of its story in a way I don't want to be." I took a deep breath. "I have to do this, for me, for us." He nodded, a grim determination hardening his features. "All right, then we do it. But I'm going with you, at least to the edge of the grove. I'm not letting you go in there alone." Liana said I had to be alone for the confrontation, I reminded him. The communication must be between me and the spirit. "I know," he said, his jaw tight, "but I'll be there, just outside. You won't see me, but I'll be close enough to know." His grip on my arm was firm, a silent promise. Long before dawn, we were ready. The world outside was a canvas of deep, impenetrable black, pierced only by the brilliant, cold stars. The air was frigid, still, carrying a palpable sense of anticipation. The hum was a constant, low thrum in my head, a drumbeat for the coming confrontation. We walked in silence, my axe clutched in my hand, the bundle of herbs tucked into my pack. My dad carried a powerful lantern, its beam cutting a swath through the darkness, though we kept it directed mostly downwards, not wanting to draw undue attention. We followed the logging road, past the spot where the entity had stood, past the fallen oak. The air grew colder with every step, the hum intensifying, a silent warning. The deeper we went, the more the forest seemed to hold its breath. Finally, my dad stopped, his lantern beam sweeping across a dense cluster of ancient, towering cedars. Their boughs, heavy with needles, formed a dark, impenetrable wall, a natural sanctuary. The air here was even colder, almost freezing, and the hum was a resonant roar in my head, vibrating through my very bones. "This is it," I whispered, my voice barely audible above the internal thrum. "The cedar grove." My dad looked at me, his face pale and drawn in the lantern light. "Be careful, son. Remember everything Gianna said. Be brave, be clear, and come back." His eyes were full of unshed tears, a raw fear that mirrored my own. I nodded, unable to speak. I embraced him tightly, a silent farewell that felt terribly final. Then I turned and walked into the darkness of the cedar grove, leaving the small circle of light behind. The trees closed in around me, their branches heavy and suffocating. The darkness was absolute, a thick, palpable shroud. I kept my own flashlight off, relying on instinct, on the subtle shift in the forest's energy to guide me. The ground beneath my feet was soft with generations of fallen needles, muffling my footsteps. The hum was overwhelming now, a physical presence, vibrating not just in my head but throughout my entire body, making my teeth ache. The cold was unbearable, a numbing chill that seeped into my very core, threatening to freeze my blood. I could feel the entity's presence, a vast, silent awareness, all around me, observing, waiting. I found the heart of the grove, a small, natural clearing surrounded by the massive, gnarled trunks of the ancient cedars. The air here was thick with their resinous scent, mingling with the bitter cold. I knelt, my breath pluming heavily, my hands trembling as I pulled out the bundle of herbs Ayana had given me. This time there was no fire. The ritual of severance was a ritual of binding and declaration, not offering. I began to arrange the herbs in a specific pattern on the ground, a small, intricate circle, each plant placed with a precise intention: protection, clarity, severance, strength. My fingers were clumsy with cold and fear, but I pushed through it, focusing on Ayana's instructions, on the power of the ritual. As I worked, the humming intensified, reaching a peak that felt like my skull was vibrating apart. The air shimmered, a distortion in the profound darkness. I could sense it coalescing, not in one specific spot, but everywhere, surrounding me, towering over me from the shadows of the cedars. Its eyes, though unseen, burned with a silent intensity, fixed on my every move. When the herbs were arranged, I took my axe, the heavy tool a comforting weight in my hand. I held it upright, its polished blade reflecting the invisible light of the entity's presence. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and began the chant. This time the words were not a plea for respect or understanding. They were a declaration, a fierce, defiant statement of my own sovereignty, my own will. My voice, though trembling with cold and fear, grew stronger with each ancient Ojibwe word, rising above the overwhelming hum, filling the sacred grove. Manadu jiwadin adizukan, jinawindijwin, wabishka adizukan nai makwamin, nian aja nai jiajiata. nai miquinimon nai adisukan, nai manadu weasin, nai manadu ganondum, nai manadu anakanijwin, gijuadiziwin, nai manadu weadukodadiwin, nai ajabiagin, nai iowin, nai adisukan, nai iowin, jiwedin adizukan, wabishka niamiadiwin, nai misquamin, nai gashkatun, nai weagia manadu, nai ajabiagin, nai manadu iowin. Spirit northern storyteller, I acknowledge you. Shimmering spirit, I release you. I, a human, complete my task. I remember my story, my spirit's food, my spirit's protection, my spirit's law, compassion, my spirit's wisdom, my writing, my being, my story, my being. Northern storyteller, shimmering dance, I bleed you. I am capable. My spirit helper, my writing, my spirit being. I repeated the chant, focusing all my will, all my intention, into the words, into the acts. I pictured the connection, the invisible thread that bound me to the entity, and I poured all my strength into severing it. The hum reached a crescendo, a deafening roar in my mind. The cold intensified to an unbearable degree, ice-hot needles piercing my skin. I could feel my own energy draining, feel the entity's vast presence pressing in, observing, assessing, consuming. My vision blurred at the edges, the world swaying. But I held fast. I would not break. I would not allow it to diminish me. This was my declaration, my boundary. I finished the chant, my voice raw, my lungs burning. My entire body shook with the effort, with the profound cold, with the sheer terror of facing this ancient, alien presence alone. Then slowly, I opened my eyes. It stood before me, not everywhere, not a shapeless presence in the shadows, but physically manifest, directly in front of me, about 10 feet away, at the edge of the circle of herbs. It was taller than I remembered, even more impossibly thin, its form composed of shimmering, shifting crystalline shards, radiating an intense internal white-blue light. Its blue eyes, vast and luminous, burned with a cold, ancient intelligence fixed solely on me. It was not just observing now, it was judging. It was assessing my will, my resolve. I held up the axe not as a weapon, but as a symbol, a declaration. My hand was shaking violently, but I kept my arm steady, the sharp edge of the blade catching the faint, ethereal light radiating from the entity. "This is my story," I whispered, my voice hoarse but clear, infused with every ounce of will I possessed. "This is my being. This is my life. I will not be your story. I will not be your observation." I looked into its terrible, luminous eyes, refusing to break contact. The entity didn't move. It didn't flicker. It just was. Its gaze was an almost physical pressure, probing, seeking, judging. The hum was still deafening, but beneath it I could sense a subtle shift in the entity's presence, a momentary hesitation. Iana had said it sought pure observation, pure information. If my constant fear, my diminishing spirit, tainted its harvest, then perhaps it would understand. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there, locked in that silent, terrifying confrontation. My spirit against its ancient, alien will, my life against its relentless observation. Then the hum began to recede. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the crushing pressure in my head lessened. The profound cold began to ease, the ice-hot needles withdrawing from my skin. The shimmering form of the Jiwedin Adizukan intensified for a moment, blurring its crystalline facets, making it appear less solid, more ethereal. The internal white-blue light pulsed once, a final, silent beat, then began to dim. Its luminous blue eyes, still fixed on me, seemed to change. The intense focus softened, the judging quality lessening, replaced by that vast, ancient awareness. It was not anger, it was not defeat. It was understanding, a profound alien comprehension. It took a single, fluid step backward, its feet not seeming to touch the ground. Then another. The shimmering form grew fainter, less distinct, merging with the deep shadows of the ancient cedars. The internal light faded, becoming a mere ghost. Its eyes were the last to go, two faint, blue pinpricks lingering for a moment, fixed on me, before winking out, swallowed by the gloom beneath the trees. And then it was gone. The hum vanished entirely. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by the natural chill of the pre-dawn forest. The profound silence of its presence dissipated, allowing the first, tentative sounds of the waking woods to filter in, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. I stood there, still clutching my axe, my arm outstretched, my entire body trembling violently. The adrenaline that had held me steady drained away, leaving me weak and lightheaded. I gasped, a ragged, aching breath that sounded like a sob. My legs gave out and I sank to my knees on the soft, cold cedar needles, dropping the axe. I looked at the spot where it had stood. Nothing. Just the dark, silent cedars, their ancient boughs shrouded in deep gloom. The air still held a lingering chill, but it was the cold of a winter morning, not the unnatural cold of its presence. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, a faint gray bleeding into the black. The outlines of the cedars became sharper, more defined. The forest around me began to awaken, the tentative chirping of birds growing into a gentle chorus. The great silence was broken. The balance truly was returning. I stayed there for a long time, kneeling in the dirt, letting the sounds of the forest slowly bring me back to myself. The terror was a fresh wound, a raw, aching memory, but beneath it, a profound sense of peace, of freedom began to bloom. It was over. I had faced it. I had declared myself, and it had understood. Slowly, I pushed myself to my feet, my muscles stiff and protesting. I picked up my axe, its familiar weight a comfort now, a symbol of my resolve. The small wooden bird Ayana had given me was still clutched in my other hand, its smooth form feeling warm against my cold palm. I walked out of the cedar grove, back towards the logging road, towards the faint glow of my dad's lantern. My steps were lighter now, though still slow, still burdened by the weight of what I had just experienced. The air felt cleaner, sharper. The birdsong was a beautiful, welcome symphony. My dad was waiting for me at the edge of the grove, his face etched with worry, the lantern held aloft. He saw me, and a wave of profound relief washed over his face. He rushed forward, meeting me halfway. "Son, are you all right?" he asked, his voice thick with concern, his hands checking me over, searching for injuries. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with emotion. I just hugged him, burying my face in his familiar hunting jacket. He held me tight, patting my back, a silent testament to the shared terror and the newfound relief. "It's gone, Dad," I finally managed to whisper, pulling back slightly, my eyes searching his. "Truly gone, the hum, it's gone." He let out a shaky breath, a profound relief washing over his face. "Thank God, thank Ayana, come on, let's get you back to the cabin, get some warmth into you." Back inside the cabin, the kerosene lamp still burning, the wood stove radiating warmth, I finally felt the exhaustion crash over me. I sank into a chair by the fire, letting the heat soak into my chilled bones. My dad poured me a mug of steaming coffee, its rich aroma a comforting scent. I recounted the experience, every detail, every terrifying moment, every surge of fear, every desperate push to maintain my resolve. My dad listened intently, his face grim, but with a growing sense of awe and immense relief. You stood your ground, he murmured, shaking his head in wonder. You actually told it to leave. He looked at me, his eyes full of respect. You were so brave, son, truly brave. I didn't feel brave. I felt utterly drained, raw, and fundamentally changed. But there was also a profound sense of accomplishment, of having faced the incomprehensible and emerged, not unscathed, but victorious. We spent the rest of the day in a quiet haze, unable to fully process what had happened. The cabin felt truly normal again, the generator still silent, but the air no longer held that unnatural chill, that sense of watchful dread. The woods outside rustled with the sounds of ordinary life, the birds singing, squirrels chattering. The next morning we packed up the cabin. This time there was no question of staying, but also no desperate flight. It was a conscious decision, a sense of closure. We needed time, distance, to reconcile what we had witnessed with the world we knew. We secured everything, closed up the windows, and locked the door. As we drove away, leaving Blackwater Lake behind, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin stood silent and still, nestled among the pines. The lake shimmered under the morning sun, serene and beautiful. But beneath that beauty, I knew, lay ancient, unfathomable depths that had tested my very spirit. We made the long drive back to Minneapolis in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The hum was truly gone now, completely vanished. The attunement Iana had spoken of, the connection felt severed, yet something lingered. A subtle shift in perception, a heightened awareness of the world around me, a sensitivity to things I had never noticed before. The forest, the silence, the subtle energies of the land, they felt less like background noise and more like a living, breathing entity, one I had now truly connected with and understood in a deeper way. Back in the city, the concrete and traffic still felt jarring, artificial. My apartment still felt stifling, but the fear was gone. In its place was a quiet strength, a deeper understanding. I still found myself drawn to windows, but not with fear. Instead, I looked up at the night sky, seeing the stars with a new clarity, a new sense of their vastness. The universe felt much bigger, much stranger, and infinitely more profound than I had ever imagined. I went back to my job at the outfitter's shop. My boss noticed a change, a quiet intensity. I no longer stared out the window with longing, but with a grounded awareness. I was still drawn to the wilderness, but now with a profound respect, a deeper knowledge. My dad and I spoke often, but never explicitly about it. It remained an unspoken understanding, a shared secret that bound us closer than ever. We talked about mundane things, about work, about the weather, but beneath it all, the knowledge of what we had experienced, what we had faced together, was a constant, shimmering presence in our shared history. Months passed, winter turned to spring, then summer. The memory of the G-Wedin Adizukan faded from immediate, raw terror into a profound, life-altering experience. It had carved a permanent space in my mind, in my soul, but it no longer haunted me. I still had the piece of glass, the original offering, carefully tucked away in a locked drawer. Sometimes I would take it out. I would hold it, feeling its cool weight, remembering the vast intelligence of those blue eyes, the profound silence, the impossible shimmer. It was no longer a token of fear, but a reminder of my own courage, my own strength, of his own courage, his own strength, my new perspective on the world. The small wooden bird Ayana had given me remained on my bedside table, a silent guardian, a constant reminder of my spirit's song. Life in the broadest sense returned to a rhythm that felt profoundly altered, yet strangely grounding. The city still hummed with its artificial energies, but I no longer felt alienated by it. Instead, I moved through it with a quiet confidence, an inner stillness that had been forged in the terrifying crucible of Blackwater Lake. My job at the outfitter shop became more than just a means to an end. It was a connection to the wilderness, a way to guide others who sought the solace and challenge of the wild, just as I once had. I found myself speaking to customers with a new depth, offering advice that went beyond mere gear specifications, touching on the unspoken wisdom of the forest itself. They didn't know why, but they listened, sensing an authority, a profound experience behind my words. My heightened awareness, the attunement Yana had spoken of, didn't vanish entirely. It shifted, became less about dread and more about perception. I noticed the subtle currents of energy in places, the ancient echoes in old-growth forests, the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of the wind through urban parks. It was like living with an extra sense, one that revealed layers of reality previously hidden. Sometimes I would feel a distinct chill, a faint echo of the hum, but it was always distant like a memory, never a direct presence. It was the wilderness itself, reaching out, reminding me of its vast, unknowable depths, rather than the Jiwedin Adizukan specifically. My dad and I continued our weekly calls, and sometimes a quiet fishing trip to a different, less remote lake. Our shared secret bound us with an unbreakable bond, a silent understanding that transcended words. He never explicitly mentioned it, but I could see the subtle changes in him too, a deeper respect for the unseen, a quiet intensity in his gaze when he looked at the distant tree line. He still loved the woods, but now with a reverence tinged with profound caution. The cabin at Blackwater Lake remained locked, a silent monument to our ordeal, a place we both instinctively knew we should not return to, not yet. Winter melted into spring, then summer again. The vibrant cycle of life continued, pulling me along with it, healing the raw edges of my memory. I found a new passion in carving wood, transforming discarded branches and fallen logs into intricate sculptures of animals, birds, and symbols that seemed to flow from an inner wellspring of forgotten knowledge. My axe, the one I had used in the ritual of severance, became my primary tool, its weight and balance an extension of my hand, a conduit for my creative spirit. It was a form of therapy, a way to channel the intense energies and perceptions I now carried. One warm summer evening, as I was finishing a carving of an owl, its eyes imbued with a strange, knowing wisdom, my phone rang. It was Ayana. Her voice, usually calm and measured, held a note of urgency I hadn't heard since the last confrontation. "Young one," she began, without preamble, "the wind whispers new stories, the land stirs." My heart gave a jolt. Ayana, is everything all right? The veil, it is not as strong as it once was, even after our work. The Jiwedin Adizukan, it has indeed honored your challenge. It observes from a distance, yes, but its attention, its presence in the unseen currents, it has drawn others. Smaller spirits, not so grand, not so ancient, but hungry. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. Others, what kind of others? The land is changing, young one. Humans push further, build wider. The balance is disturbed in many places, not just where the Jiwedin Adizukan sleeps. And when the ancient guardians are disturbed, when the veil thins, other things slip through. Things from the in-between, seeking purchase, seeking to be known. "Are they dangerous?" I asked, my voice tight. "All that is unknown can be dangerous," she replied, her voice grave. "These are not the great spirits. They are fragments, echoes, drawn to the thinning places, and sometimes they are drawn to those who have themselves brushed against the veil, to those who carry the scent of its touch." Ziana meant me. My blood ran cold. What do I do? For now, nothing. Observe, be aware. Do not seek them out, but do not turn a blind eye if they seek you. They are often drawn to places of change, places where human intentions are strong, sometimes reckless, places of industry, of expansion. The conversation ended, but the unease lingered. Gianna's words had rekindled a familiar fear, but also a new sense of responsibility. I was attuned, touched by the unknown. It seemed that this connection wasn't just a burden, it was a beacon. Days turned into weeks. I found myself more watchful, more attuned to the subtle shifts in the world around me. The city's noise, once a background hum, now sometimes felt like a cacophony of competing energies. I began to notice things, fleeting shadows in my peripheral vision that weren't there when I looked directly, moments of profound, unsettling quiet amidst the city bustle, the distinct sensation of being watched, not with the cold, assessing gaze of the Jiwedin Adizukan, but with a restless, curious energy. It started subtly. Objects in my apartment would be slightly out of place. A book moved from one shelf to another. A carving I was working on turned face down when I'd left it upright. At first, I dismissed it as my own absent-mindedness, or perhaps the tremors of an old building. But the occurrences grew more frequent, more specific. My tools, meticulously arranged, would sometimes be scattered. A half-finished mug of coffee would vanish from my desk, only to reappear on the kitchen counter. Then came the dreams, fragmented, vivid, unsettling. I'd dream of shadowy figures flitting through dimly lit corridors, of whispers that I couldn't quite grasp, of fleeting glimpses of eyes that weren't blue, but dull, dark, and utterly devoid of light. I'd wake in a cold sweat, the hum of the city outside my window feeling strangely hollow, as if a layer of reality had been peeled back. One morning, I woke to a distinct, earthy smell in my apartment, like damp soil and decaying leaves, even though all my windows were closed. My heart pounded. This wasn't subtle anymore. I walked through my apartment, a prickle of unease on my skin. When I entered my small living room, I stopped dead. On the coffee table, next to the half-finished owl carving, lay a single, dark, oddly shaped stone. It was smooth, almost polished, but not by human hands. It had a faint, greenish luminescence that seemed to pulse faintly. I knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that it hadn't been there the night before. And I knew, with an even deeper certainty, that it was not from this world. I called Ayana. My voice was shaky. Yana, it's me. Something's here in my apartment. I found a stone. It glows. She listened patiently, her silence punctuated only by the crackle of the phone line. The spirits are drawn to places of intention, places of strong personal energy. Your apartment, now imbued with your carving, your contemplation, your new sight, it has become a crossroads for them. What do I do with the stone? It is a calling card, she said, a curiosity, a small spirit drawn to your light. Do not fear it, do not keep it, take it outside, to a place where the earth is raw, where there is good flowing water nearby. Leave it there, offer it a quiet farewell, ask it to return to its own place. Do not offer it anything more. I followed her instructions. I carefully picked up the stone, its strange, cool energy thrumming against my palm. I walked to a small, wild patch of woods near the Mississippi River, an overlooked urban sanctuary where the earth was still mostly untamed. I found a small stream, its waters clear and cold. I placed the stone gently on a mossy bank near the water's edge. Go home, I whispered, the words feeling surprisingly natural. Go back to your own place. This is not for you. I left, not looking back. When I returned to my apartment, the earthy smell was gone. For a few days, the strange occurrences ceased. The dreams faded. I started to hope that Ayana's advice had worked, that I had successfully deterred the spirit. But the peace didn't last. A few weeks later, the phenomenon returned, this time more persistent and more unsettling. The shadowy figures in my periphery became clearer, taking on vague, elongated shapes just at the edge of my vision. The whispers in my dreams grew louder, more insistent, though still unintelligible. The cold patches in my apartment became more frequent, localized, like an unseen presence was standing right next to me. Then one evening, as I was working late at the outfitter's shop, organizing new inventory, I felt a familiar, cold prickle on the back of my neck. The air in the shop, usually bustling with the scent of leather and canvas, suddenly felt still, muted. The low hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to dim. I looked up, scanning the aisles, my heart pounding. No one was there. The shop was empty, locked for the night, save for me. Yet I felt eyes on me, and then I saw it. In the far corner of the shop, nestled among a display of sleeping bags and tents, a small, dark shadow detached itself from the gloom. It wasn't just an absence of light. It was a deeper, absorbing darkness, almost three-dimensional. It solidified, taking on a vague, humanoid form, thin and reedy, like a wisp of smoke given shape. It was translucent, shimmering faintly, and utterly silent. It had no discernible features, just a shifting, indistinct mass, but I felt its intent. It was curious. It was drawn to me. It was not the Jiweden Adizukan. Its energy was different, smaller, more agitated, less profound, but it was definitely supernatural, and it was here in my shop observing me. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I remembered Iana's words, "Do not fear it." Easier said than done. But I also remembered my confrontation with the Jiweden Adizukan, the absolute necessity of holding my ground, of declaring my will. "You don't belong here," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, echoing in the quiet shop. "This is not your place." The shadow wavered, its form flickering as if a breeze had passed through it. It seemed to lean closer, a hungry curiosity emanating from its indistinct form. "Go back," I commanded, my voice gaining strength. "Back to where you came from. You are not welcome." It paused, then slowly, reluctantly, began to recede, melting back into the shadows, becoming one with the gloom. The air in the shop slowly returned to normal, the fluorescent lights brightened, the familiar scents returned. I stood there, trembling, but also with a surge of something akin to defiant triumph. I had faced it. I had sent it away. I called Ayana again the next morning. She listened, her voice calm. "You did well, young one. You used your voice, your will. That is good. But these are many, and they are persistent. They seek what is familiar. They seek a pathway. And you are a beacon. The veil is thinning faster than I thought possible. There is a tremor in the land, a growing unrest." "What does that mean?" I asked, a growing sense of dread pooling in my stomach. "It means the old ways are weakening," she said, her voice filled with a deep sadness. "The respect for the land, for the spirits that dwell within it, it is forgotten. And when that happens, the balance falters. The guardians sleep too deeply or awaken in anger. And the smaller, restless spirits, they rise, seeking what they have lost or what they can take." "But what about Blackwater Lake? Has the Jiweden Adizukan stirred because of this?" "No, not directly. Its understanding of your declaration holds. But its presence, its vastness, it keeps a certain order in that region. Now it is merely observing the growing unrest, the thinning, and other things far from the northwoods. They sense it too. Humans are pushing further north, mining, logging, building. And there is a place further north still, where the land itself holds a secret, a power that is stirring. A place where the veil is not just thin, but frayed, almost broken." Where? I asked, my blood running cold. A place called the Boundary Waters. The old ones know it as the place of the weeping rocks. It is a vast wilderness, ancient beyond measure. But there is a new mining operation, far north on the Canadian side, but close to the border, pushing into the sacred places. And it is disrupting something truly ancient, truly powerful, something far older, far more volatile than even the G-Wedin Adizukan. The Boundary Waters, I knew it. A vast, interconnected network of lakes and rivers on the border between Minnesota and Ontario, a pristine wilderness revered by paddlers and outdoorsmen. A place of breathtaking beauty, but also, according to Ayana, a place of profound spiritual significance, and a new mining operation that sounded like trouble. What is stirring there? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Gianna sighed, a different spirit, not of the cold, not of silence, but of the earth, of fire, of raw power, a spirit that maintains the deepest foundations of the land. Its sleep has been disturbed, and its waking is not gentle. It is a spirit of rage, of upheaval. If it fully awakens, if the veil truly breaks in that place, the consequences will be devastating, not just for the land, but for those who live upon it. What can we do? We must go there, she stated, her voice firm, resolute. The spirit that stirs, it is called the Gajaj Niijobai Madiziwin, the everlasting two lives. It is a spirit of duality, of creation and destruction, of the deepest earth and the fiercest fire. It demands respect. It demands balance. And the humans there, they are heedless. They awaken it without understanding. We, you mean you and me? I asked, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. And my dad. You, young one, are touched. You carry the attunement. You have faced one spirit and found your voice. You have grown. Your spirit is strong. Your father, he is a man of the earth, pragmatic, grounded. He brings balance. And I know the chance. I know the old ways. Together we are needed to try and soothe the spirit, to try and mend the veil before it tears completely. The next few days were a whirlwind of preparation. My dad, though visibly shaken by Iana's pronouncements, didn't hesitate. He packed our gear with grim determination, his practical mind focusing on logistics while his heart clearly wrestled with the incomprehensible. Gianna, for her part, gathered special herbs, bundles of cedar and tobacco, intricately woven dream catchers, and a small, strangely beautiful drum made of stretched animal hide. This journey will be different, Gianna warned us as we packed the truck. The G-Wedin Adizukan was a spirit of observation, of intellect, of the cold. The Gajaj Niijobai Madiziwin is primal. It is raw emotion. It will test your spirit in a different way. It will seek to break your will, to pull you into its rage. You must remain grounded. You must remain clear. You must remember your own song. She looked at me, her eyes piercing. And you, young one, must be prepared to face the echoes of its duality within yourself. Her words sent a chill down my spine. The echoes of its duality within myself. What did that mean? We drove north, further than we had ever gone, to Blackwater Lake. The landscape slowly shifted, the rolling hills and farmland giving way to dense, unbroken forest, dotted with countless lakes and granite outcroppings. The air grew cleaner, sharper, carrying the scent of pine and ancient earth. As we neared the Boundary Waters, the subtle signs Ayana had warned about became apparent. The weather itself seemed agitated. Fierce, sudden winds would whip through the trees, tearing branches down without warning, only to die down moments later, leaving an unsettling stillness. The sky, even on clear days, held a strange, bruised quality, purples and grays mingling in unusual patterns. The animals were scarce, their usual presence in the deep woods unnervingly absent. And the lakes, they seemed to shimmer, not with light, but with a restless, internal energy, their surfaces sometimes boiling with unseen currents. And the hum, it was back, but this time it was different. It wasn't the cold, resonant thrum of the Jiwedin Adizukan. This hum was deeper, lower, like the rumble of the earth itself, vibrating with a fierce, hot energy. It pulsed with a raw, almost painful intensity, not in my head, but throughout my entire body, a vibration in my bones, my organs. It was the land itself, groaning in pain. We established a base camp deep within the boundary waters, miles from the nearest road, a remote spot Yana knew from her ancestors' travels. It was on a small, untouched lake, its waters clear and still. But even here, far from the mining operations, the raw energy of the Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwan was palpable. The ancient trees seemed to lean in, their silence not peaceful, but heavy with apprehension. My dad, ever the pragmatist, set about making camp functional. He built a fire pit, strung up tarps, and organized our supplies. He was a rock of quiet competence, but I could see the lines of worry etched deeper into his face. He watched Ayana with a respectful, almost fearful deference. Ayana spent her time in quiet meditation, walking the perimeter of our camp, gathering specific herbs and stones, whispering ancient chants to the wind and water. She was preparing, not just for a ritual, but for a confrontation with something truly immense. The mining operation, Gianna explained to us one evening, her eyes fixed on the flickering campfire. It is on a sacred mountain. The people there, they call it Gajiyajwadaziwaju, the burning mountain. For generations, my people knew not to disturb that place. It is where the spirit sleeps, where the earth's fire and the sky's water meet in profound balance. But the miners, they see only rock and ore. They blast, they dig, they tear at its heart. And the spirit, it awakens in pain and fury. Can we stop them? My dad asked, his voice low. Diana shook her head. No, not with our hands, not with our words to them. They do not hear. We must address the spirit itself. We must try to bring it back to slumber to soothe its rage, or it will tear the land apart to heal itself. The goal was to reach the highest point of the burning mountain, as close as possible to the heart of the mining operation, but without being directly in its path. Gianna needed to perform a ritual, a profound ceremony of soothing and rebalancing, not of severance. The next morning we set out. We left most of our gear at the camp, taking only what was essential for the journey: our packs, my axe, Iana's drum and herbs, and emergency supplies. The journey was arduous. We paddled across cold, wind-whipped lakes, portaged through dense, untrailed forest, and climbed over treacherous granite outcrops. The closer we got to the burning mountain, the more intense the sensation of the spirit's awakening became. The low hum transformed into a resonant roar, a deep guttural thrum that vibrated through the earth itself. The air grew heavy, thick with an almost tangible pressure, like being at the bottom of a deep sea. The plants around us seemed to wither, the trees gnarled and twisted, their branches stripped bare by invisible forces. The very rocks underfoot felt hot to the touch, pulsating with a strange, internal energy. My head throbbed, my bones ached with the constant vibration. I could feel the spirit's raw emotion, a wave of incandescent rage, a profound sorrow, a desperate need for balance, all swirling together in a chaotic maelstrom. It was overwhelming, threatening to consume me. My dad, despite his physical strength, looked increasingly strained. He held my arm often, his grip tight, as if to ground himself and me in the face of the encroaching supernatural. Iana, however, seemed to draw strength from it. Her ancient face was etched with concern, but also a fierce determination. She chanted softly as we walked, her voice low and melodic, a counterpoint to the earth's angry roar. Finally, after 2 days of intense travel, we reached the base of the burning mountain. It wasn't truly burning, but the air was filled with a strange, acrid scent, like ozone and heated rock. Smoke, not from fire, but from something deeper, seemed to rise from cracks in the ground. The trees here were completely dead, skeletal fingers clawing at the bruised sky. And the sound, it was no longer a hum or a roar. It was a guttural, primal growl, emanating from the very core of the mountain, a sound that vibrated through my chest, my teeth, my very soul. It was the sound of a living, ancient entity in profound agony and rage. Liana stopped, her gaze fixed on the mountain's scarred face. This is it. We must go no further by daylight. The miners will be on the upper slopes. We will wait for nightfall. We must reach the summit when the sun is gone, when the veil is thinnest, and when the spirit's rage is most potent. We found a precarious shelter beneath a massive granite overhang, shrouded by the last few clinging, twisted pines. The air here was almost suffocating, charged with the spirit's fury. The earth trembled beneath us intermittently, sending small stones clattering down the slope. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in angry shades of crimson and violet, Ayana began to prepare. She laid out her herbs, her drum, and a small pouch of shimmering metallic dust. She looked at me, her eyes serious. Young one, your attunement will be tested more profoundly than ever before. This spirit, it will seek to overwhelm you, to flood you with its own pain and rage. You must hold your center. You must visualize the pure stream of your own spirit, clean and clear. Do not let its emotions become yours. Observe, but do not absorb. And when the time comes, you must use your voice, your own song, to resonate with its true nature, not its anger. My own song, I asked, confused. What does that mean? The G-Wedin Adizukan was drawn to your curiosity, your intelligence. The Gajaj Niijo by Madiziwin, it will be drawn to your heart, to your passion, to your duality. You carry both the quiet strength of the forest and the fire of your own will. Show it that, show it balance. Your personal story, your journey through these challenges, it has forged a unique spirit within you. It is both strong and compassionate, both grounded and open. That is your song. That is what it seeks to understand. My dad, who had been listening intently, reached out and put a hand on my shoulder. You can do this, son. You faced down a god. This is just another mountain. His words, though meant to reassure, held a tremor of his own fear. As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the mountain into a bruised, oppressive darkness, the growl intensified. It became a continuous, bone-shaking roar. The earth beneath us vibrated violently, sending a shower of loose rocks tumbling down the slope. It was time. We began our ascent. The path was treacherous, steep, and unstable. The air was thick, suffocating. The roar of the mountain spirit was deafening, a constant assault on our ears, on our very being. Every step was an act of profound effort, pushing against the invisible, overwhelming force of the spirit's rage. Gianna led the way, her small frame surprisingly nimble, her face grim. She moved with a purpose, a focused intent that seemed to cut through the oppressive atmosphere. My dad followed, a silent, unwavering presence behind her, his hand often reaching out to steady me. I followed him, my axe held tight, the familiar weight a small comfort in the face of the incomprehensible. The higher we climbed, the more direct the manifestations became. Small geysers of superheated steam hissed from cracks in the rock. The ground glowed faintly in places with an internal orange light, as if the mountain itself was a living furnace. Ghostly, fiery shapes writhed in the darkness at the edge of our vision, fleeting glimpses of the spirit's furious energy. And the voices, this was new. whispers not in my dreams but real, echoing around me, seeming to emanate from the very rock. They were not human voices, nor were they the silent language of the Jiwedin Adizukan. They were guttural, primal sounds, layered with sorrow and rage, ancient words that twisted into my mind, threatening to unravel my sanity. Gianna stopped suddenly, raising a hand. We had reached a small, relatively flat plateau, just below the mountain's jagged summit. Above us, I could see the faint, distant lights of the mining operation, a stark, unwelcome contrast to the ancient, raging wilderness. The roar here was truly deafening, a physical force that pressed against my body, stealing my breath. The ground shook incessantly, threatening to throw us off balance. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and sulfur, and here the earth glowed brightly in several places, pulsing with an angry, fiery light. "This is it," Yana shouted over the roar, her voice strained. "The heart of its rage. The veil is torn here." She began to move, setting up her ritual circle in the center of the plateau. She laid out her herbs, her drum, and poured the shimmering dust into a specific pattern on the glowing rock. My dad and I stood guard, our bodies tense, our eyes scanning the darkness, waiting for something, anything, to manifest. The air itself distorted, shimmering not with ice but with heat. A new sound began to build beneath the roar, a deep, rhythmic thump-thump, like a giant, slow heartbeat, emanating from within the mountain. The ground vibrated with alarming intensity. Diana sat cross-legged in the center of her circle, closing her eyes. She picked up her drum, and with a deep breath she began to beat it. The sound was surprisingly resonant, cutting through the mountain's roar, a steady, ancient rhythm that seemed to speak directly to the earth. As she drummed, she began to chant, her voice rising, a powerful, melodic song in the ancient tongue. Her chant was different this time. It wasn't a declaration of severance, nor a plea for understanding. It was a song of balance, of respect, of deep earth and flowing water, of ancient cycles and enduring peace. She was singing to the spirit, trying to soothe its rage, to remind it of its true nature. As Ayana chanted and drummed, the mountain's growl seemed to fluctuate, rising and falling in response to her song. The fiery glows on the ground pulsed in rhythm with her drum. The voices, the enraged whispers, seemed to converge, swirling around us like a tormented wind. Then it happened. From a deep fissure in the rock, directly in front of Ayana's circle, a presence began to rise. It was not shimmering light, not crystalline ice. It was pure, raw energy. A colossal, shapeless mass of swirling earth and fire, incandescent orange and deep, rich brown, shot through with veins of pulsing, molten gold. It towered over us, stretching far higher than the cedars of Blackwater Lake, reaching towards the bruised night sky. It had no discernible form, no defined features, but I felt its eyes on us, not blue, but twin points of burning, molten gold, fixed on Ayana, then on me. Its presence was overwhelming, a tempest of primal emotion, a force of creation and destruction, a duality made manifest. The air around it crackled with heat and raw power. My mind screamed. The raw, guttural growl that filled my head was not just a sound. It was the spirit's pain, its fury, its agony at being torn from its ancient slumber. I felt myself being pulled, drawn into its maelstrom of emotion, my own sense of self threatening to unravel. I felt a profound rage rising within me, not my own, but its, an ancient, searing anger at the desecration of its home. "Hold your center, young one." Gianna's voice, though powerful, was faint against the roar, a lifeline in the storm. "Remember your song, remember your balance." I clenched my jaw, fighting the overwhelming impulse to succumb to the spirit's rage. I remembered Iana's words, duality. both strong and compassionate, both grounded and open. I focused on the small wooden bird in my pocket, on the cool, solid weight of my axe in my hand. I thought of my dad, steadfast and true. I thought of the peaceful moments in the forest, of the quiet strength of the ancient pines. I closed my eyes, trying to visualize my own spirit, a clear, flowing stream, resisting the encroaching darkness and fire of the Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwin. I pushed back against the surge of fury, letting it pass through me, acknowledging its presence, but refusing to let it take root. Then a new voice broke through the din, my dad's voice, surprisingly strong, surprisingly clear. He stood beside Ayana, his face etched with fear, but his gaze fixed on the towering spirit. He had unholstered his hunting knife, its blade reflecting the molten glow of the spirit, and he pressed it to his forearm. "This land," he shouted, his voice ringing with a primal human declaration. "It gives life. It demands respect. We are here to offer that respect, to bring balance." With a decisive cut, he drew the blade across his forearm. A thin line of blood welled up, bright crimson against his pale skin, dripping onto the glowing rock. It was a raw, visceral offering of his own lifeblood, his connection to the earth. The Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwin roared, a sound that split the air, shaking the entire mountain. The fiery mass surged, towering even higher, molten rock and glowing earth swirling in a terrifying vortex. Its golden eyes, now twin suns, fixed on my father. Gianna, without missing a beat in her drumming or chanting, reached out and grabbed my dad's hand, pressing a handful of the metallic dust into his wound, seemingly sealing it, integrating his blood with the earth. "Gianna," I screamed, a fresh wave of panic gripping me. "Dad." "Silence, young one," Gianna commanded, her voice fierce. "He offers his lifeblood, his bond to this land. Now is your turn. Find your song, speak to it." My dad, though pale, looked at me, a silent plea in his eyes. He had done his part, now it was up to me. I looked at the towering, raging spirit, its immense, fiery presence filling my vision. I felt the dual forces within it, the destructive rage, but also the primal urge for creation, for balance. I felt my own duality, the fear and the courage, the desire to flee and the resolve to stay. I took a deep breath, holding my axe aloft, not as a weapon, but as a symbol of my own human will, my own story. And I began to speak, not in Ojibwe, not in ancient chants, but in my own words from my own heart, my voice raw and trembling, yet imbued with all the strength I had found in myself. "Spirit of the mountain, Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwin," I shouted, my voice rising over the growl, struggling to find its rhythm, its song. "I hear your pain, I feel your rage, your land is torn, your sleep is disturbed. But I am here, we are here, not to take, not to destroy, but to offer respect, to remember, to seek balance." The spirit's roar seemed to falter, momentarily. Its molten eyes fixed on me, on my words, on the pure intent behind them. The fiery mass quivered, its swirling energies slowing slightly. "I have seen the darkness," I continued, my voice gaining strength, drawing on the deepest wellspring of my own experience. "I have faced the cold, and I have learned that the land lives, that the spirits breathe, that balance must be maintained. Your rage it will consume, it will destroy all, not just the miners, but the innocent, the forest, the very earth that gives you life. This is not balance, this is not the way." My voice, ragged and hoarse, tore through the tumultuous air. The Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwin quivered, its colossal form of swirling earth and fire momentarily stilling. The deep, guttural growl that had vibrated through my very bones lessened, though it did not vanish entirely. Its molten golden eyes, twin suns blazing in the darkness, remained fixed on me, now with an intensity that felt less like rage and more like a profound, ancient scrutiny. I felt its probing, a massive, intelligent presence sifting through my words, through my emotions, seeking the truth behind my declaration. It was searching not for a lie, but for a depth and authenticity that resonated with its own complex nature. Gianna's words echoed in my mind. It will be drawn to your heart, to your passion, to your duality. You carry both the quiet strength of the forest and the fire of your own will. Show it that. Show it balance. Your personal story, your journey through these challenges, it has forged a unique spirit within you. It is both strong and compassionate, both grounded and open. That is your song. That is what it seeks to understand. My song, my story. It wasn't about clever words or ancient chants I barely understood. It was about me, my journey, the transformation I had undergone. I took another breath, forcing the tremor from my voice. My eyes met its fiery gaze, and I refused to look away. I faced another spirit, I confessed, the words pouring out of me, raw and honest. The Jiwedin Adizukan, the cold watcher of the north. It observed me, consumed my fear, sought to make my life its story. It tried to diminish me, to make me a shadow. But I would not break. I declared my own story, my own being. I told it to leave, and it understood. It honored my wills. As I spoke, a strange calm began to settle over me, a stillness forged in the heart of the storm. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was no longer consuming. It was simply one part of a greater whole. The spirit's rage, though still present, seemed to recoil slightly, making space for my words. I learned, I continued, my voice now strong, resonant, filled with the echoes of my own hard-won understanding. I learned that the wilderness is alive, that spirits walk among us, unseen, unheard, but ever present. I learned that humans have forgotten. We take, we consume, we destroy, and we do not ask permission. We do not offer respect. We tear at the fabric of this world, and we wonder why it bleeds. I pointed the axe not at the spirit, but at the distant, blinking lights of the mining operation above us, a stark reminder of the desecration. They dig, they blast, they tear at your heart, gajaj ni ijo by madiziwin. They disturb your sacred sleep, and they do not understand the consequences. They do not see the deeper truth. They do not see you. The spirit's form pulsed, the molten gold and swirling earth shifting, contracting, then expanding, as if weighing my words. The incessant growl, while still a profound vibration, seemed to soften at its edges, losing some of its raw aggression, replaced by an underlying current of profound sorrow and exhaustion. But not all are blind, I pressed on, feeling a connection forming, a fragile thread spun between my raw human spirit and its ancient primal power. My father here offered his own blood, his own life, a connection to the very earth you embody. He recognizes your power, he offers his respect. And Yana, she speaks for the old ways, for the wisdom of balance. We are here to listen, to learn, to help you find your peace. I held up the small wooden bird Ayana had given me, the smooth wood warm against my palm, a symbol of my own voice, my own song. My own spirit, it was almost broken by fear, by the cold observation of another. But I found my strength, I found my song. And now I see your strength, your righteous anger, your ancient wisdom. But I also see your pain, your desire for balance, for healing. The colossal spirit began to move slowly, deliberately. It didn't recede, nor did it surge forward. Instead, it seemed to shift, its immense form coiling, concentrating, then releasing. The fiery golden eyes narrowed, no longer solely blazing with fury, but with an intense, discerning light, as if it was peering into the depths of my soul, searching for the core of my duality. The whispers, the guttural voices that had tormented me, swelled again, but they were different now. less chaotic, more structured, almost like fragments of ancient primal thought. They conveyed images in my mind, vast forests burning, rivers turning to mud, the earth itself cracking open, spilling its guts. But also, new growth pushing through scorched earth, water carving canyons, mountains rising, life blooming in abundance. Creation and destruction, inextricably linked. The two lives. My own internal battle mirrored the spirit's duality. I felt the powerful draw of its destructive rage, a visceral satisfaction in the idea of the mountain unleashing its fury on the miners, of the land reclaiming what was desecrated. But I also felt the profound sorrow, the yearning for stillness, for the slow, patient cycles of growth and decay. My heart ached with the knowledge that such destruction would not discriminate, that it would harm the innocent as well as the culpable. You are the everlasting two lives, I proclaimed, the name of the Spirit now resonating with a deeper meaning within me. You are creation and destruction. You are the earth's fire and the sky's water, but your essence is balance, not unending rage. Your true song is the cycle of life, the slow turning of the seasons, the patient wisdom of the deep earth, not this agony, not this tearing. As I spoke, Iana's drumming intensified, her chant rising in a powerful crescendo, weaving itself into my words, into the spirit's roar. My dad, pale but unwavering, stood beside Iana, his bleeding arm a silent testament, his eyes fixed on me, on the immense spirit. His presence grounded me, a vital anchor to the human world, to the shared desire for peace. The Gajaj ni Ijo by Madiziwan began to dim. The incandescent orange and molten gold of its form softened, the raw energy shimmering, becoming less violently chaotic. Its colossal mass seemed to shrink, ever so slightly, condensing, growing more profound in its essence, less explosive in its manifestation. The roaring growl lessened, becoming a deep, resonant hum, far more powerful and ancient than the Jiwedin Adizukan's cold thrum, but also less aggressive, more mournful. Its golden eyes, still fixed on me, underwent a subtle transformation. The furious blaze softened, turning inward, becoming deep pools of ancient understanding, profound sorrow, and a cautious, searching intelligence. It was listening, truly listening. "We offer you peace," I cried, my voice now raw with emotion, with the sheer effort of pouring my entire being into this impossible dialogue. "We offer you respect. We ask you to remember your balance, to remember your stillness. We cannot stop the humans from digging, not with our hands, but we can remind them, we can remember for them, we can carry your song into the world. If you return to your slumber, if you mend the veil, we will carry your story, we will teach respect. We will tell of the Gajaj Niijo by Madiziwan, the spirit of creation and destruction, whose peace must be honored." A profound silence descended, thick and heavy, swallowing the mountain's hum, Iyana's drum, and even the distant sounds of the mining operation. It was a silence unlike any I had ever experienced, far deeper and more encompassing than the Jiwedin Adizukan's stillness. It was the silence of ancient earth, listening, weighing, deciding. The Gajaj Niijo by Madiziwan stood before us, immense and still, its golden eyes radiating a profound, ancient wisdom. Its fiery form pulsed once, a slow, deep beat that reverberated through the very bedrock beneath our feet. Then slowly, infinitesimally, it began to recede. Not dissipating like smoke, nor simply fading into the shadows. It seemed to sink, to draw its colossal essence back into the mountain itself. The glowing cracks in the earth dimmed. The acrid scent of ozone and sulfur softened. The fierce heat radiating from its form lessened, replaced by the natural, biting chill of the mountain night. Its golden eyes were the last to go, two luminous points of molten light lingering for a moment, fixed on me, then on Ayana, then on my dad, before slowly, deliberately, fading into the dark, jagged fissure from which it had risen. And then it was gone. The immense pressure that had weighed on us lifted. The violent trembling of the earth subsided, replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible thrum, a gentle vibration of life returning to balance. The profound silence slowly gave way to the faint sounds of the high wilderness, the rustle of wind through the skeletal pines, the distant call of an unseen bird. I stood there, axe still clutched in my hand, my arm outstretched, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. My legs threatened to give out, but I held firm, staring at the now empty fissure, the dark, scarred face of the mountain. Gianna, her face etched with exhaustion, slowly lowered her drum. The complex pattern of shimmering dust on the rock, still faintly glowing, seemed to pulse with a residual energy. My dad, swaying slightly, leaned against a nearby rock, his head bowed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The cut on his arm, though still fresh, seemed to have stopped bleeding. "It heard you, young one," Liana whispered, her voice hoarse but filled with a profound relief. "It heard your song. It felt your truth. It has returned to its slumber." I sank to my knees, dropping the axe with a dull clatter. The small wooden bird fell from my numb fingers, landing softly on the mossy rock. My chest ached, my throat was raw, but a profound, overwhelming sense of peace, of completion, washed over me. I had faced another impossible being. I had found my voice, my true song, and I had spoken to the ancient earth itself. My dad knelt beside me, pulling me into a tight, shaking embrace. "You did it, son," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion, his hand still pressing against his cut arm. "You really did it." We stayed there for a long time, huddled together on the cold, scarred rock, watching the eastern sky slowly begin to lighten, painting the bruised night with the first tentative hues of dawn. The air grew crisp, clean, no longer heavy with rage. The raw pain that had emanated from the mountain receded, replaced by a deep, almost comforting stillness. The veil, though fragile, felt whole again. Liana, after a few moments of quiet contemplation, rose and walked to the edge of the plateau. She looked up at the distant, almost invisible lights of the mining operation, her ancient face grim. "They will continue to dig," she said, her voice soft but filled with a weary certainty. "Humans do not learn easily, but the spirit for now rests, and its rest will bring them time, time to see, time to understand, time for us to speak its story." We began the long, arduous descent as the sun rose, painting the jagged peaks of the boundary waters in brilliant golds and oranges. The journey back to our camp, though physically demanding, felt immeasurably lighter. The oppressive presence was gone. The raw, guttural hum had vanished, replaced by the natural sounds of the forest slowly coming back to life. Birds chirped tentatively in the twisted pines. The wind, though still cold, felt clean, invigorating. We made it back to our camp late that evening, utterly exhausted. My dad immediately set about rebuilding the fire, its warmth a welcome comfort. Gianna, after carefully cleaning my dad's wound with special herbs, began a quiet ceremony of gratitude, offering tobacco to the four directions, whispering thanks to the spirit for its understanding, for its forbearance. I sat by the fire, nursing a mug of tea, the raw experience slowly settling into the deep recesses of my memory. My mind felt clearer than it ever had, yet also profoundly changed. The duality Ayana had spoken of, creation and destruction, anger and peace, fear and courage, felt less like opposing forces and more like two sides of the same coin, intertwined, necessary, part of a greater balance. I carried the echoes of the Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwan within me, not as a burden, but as an integral part of my own expanded being. The next few days were spent in quiet recovery, resting, eating, and slowly packing up our camp. Iana continued her morning rituals, strengthening the fragile veil, offering her prayers to the land. My dad, though still a man of practical concerns, moved with a newfound reverence, his eyes often scanning the distant tree line with a deep respect. The cut on his arm, though a permanent scar, became a mark of his profound connection, a silent testament to his courage. When we finally left the boundary waters, paddling our canoes across the clear, still lakes, the wilderness felt different. Not just the absence of the spirit's rage, but a deeper, more profound sense of ancient peace, a quiet majesty that had been temporarily overshadowed. We had borne witness to its pain, and now to its renewed stillness. The drive back to Minneapolis was long, silent, and contemplative. The city, when we finally reached it, felt jarring in its artificiality, its cacophony of sound and light. But this time it didn't feel alienating. It simply felt different. I moved through it with a quiet confidence, an inner stillness that had deepened even further. My job at the outfitter shop took on an even greater significance. I found myself speaking to customers not just about gear, but about the profound respect owed to the wilderness, about the unseen energies that pulsed beneath the surface of the earth. My carvings, already imbued with a new depth, now seemed to vibrate with a life of their own, each piece a small fragment of the ancient wisdom I had gained. The owl I had been working on, its eyes now almost complete, seemed to gaze back at me with the deep, knowing wisdom of the Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwan itself, its duality expressed in the intricate patterns of its feathers, the fierce focus of its predatory gaze, and the profound stillness of its silent flight. The small wooden bird from Iana remained on my bedside table, a constant reminder of my own song, my own voice. And the axe, no longer just a tool for carving, but a symbol of my will, my connection, my journey, leaned against my workshop wall, a silent guardian. Months passed, the memory of the Jiwedin Adizukan and the Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwan settled into the very core of my being. They were no longer sources of terror, but profound teachers, shaping my perception, deepening my understanding of the world. My attunement, my heightened senses, continued to grow, revealing new layers of reality. I could still sense the subtle currents of energy in places, the ancient echoes, the faint whispers of other spirits, but now I approached them with a quiet confidence, an informed curiosity, rather than a crippling fear. I knew my boundaries, I knew my voice. My dad and I continued our weekly calls and our occasional fishing trips. The bond between us, forged in the crucible of these impossible experiences, was unbreakable. He carried the scar on his arm with quiet pride, a physical testament to his courage and connection. We both knew that the world was far stranger, far more profound than we had ever imagined, and that our place in it was more intricate, more connected than we could ever fully comprehend. Life, in its broadest sense, took on a new purpose. I wasn't just living, I was experiencing. I was learning, I was listening. I was carrying the stories of the spirits, the stories of the land, into the everyday world. Then one crisp autumn evening, as the leaves outside my apartment window burned in hues of crimson and gold, mirroring the fiery spirit I had faced, my phone rang. It was Ayana. Her voice, though calm, held a note of profound significance. "Young one," she began, "the seasons turn and the spirits shift. The land is still. The Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwan sleeps deeply, its rage soothed for now. And the Jiwedin Adizukan, it observes from its distant, cold place, honoring your declaration." My heart quickened. That's good, Ayana, so it's over. Gianna chuckled softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. Over? No, young one, life is never truly over. It is a continuous dance, a perpetual becoming. But this chapter, yes, the immediate threat, the tearing of the veil in these places, it has been averted, for now. She paused, and I could almost hear her smiling on the other end of the line. But there is another thread, a new whisper on the wind. It is not of threat, not of imbalance. It is an invitation. An invitation. After everything, the words sent a strange thrill through me, a mix of apprehension and eager curiosity. An invitation for what? For learning, for deeper understanding, for true guardianship. You have faced the cold observer and the fiery heart of the earth. You have found your voice, your song, your balance. You are truly attuned, truly touched. The old ones, they have seen you. They have heard your story, and they wish to share theirs. The old ones, I asked, my mind racing. Who are the old ones? The oldest spirits, the ones who remember the beginning, the ones who teach. They live in the true wild places, the untouched spaces, the heart of the world. And they have a challenge for you, young one, a path, if you choose to walk it. A challenge, I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. What kind of challenge? A journey, Gianna replied, her voice filled with a quiet reverence, to the place where the veil is not merely thin, but where it breathes, where the worlds touch in a profound, intimate dance, the place where the true stories are told, where the oldest wisdom resides, to a place where you will truly become the bridge you were meant to be. And where is this place? I asked, a mix of fear and an almost irresistible pull drawing me in. Gianna's voice softened, imbued with an ancient magic. Deep in the heart of the wilderness, far beyond what you know, there is a cave. Not a cave of darkness, but a cave of light, of shimmering ancient crystals, where the earth hums with a different song. A song of harmony, of profound wisdom. It is called Zizabakwad Guabuigan, the Sugar Cave, and it is there that your true education will begin. The Sugar Cave, the name alone evoked images of wonder and mystery. My mind raced, envisioning shimmering crystals, ancient stories, and a profound, harmonious hum. It was a stark contrast to the terrifying cold and fiery rage I had recently faced. This was not about battle, but about learning. I don't understand, I admitted. What would I learn there? What would I do? You would learn to see with the eyes of the ancients, young one, to hear with their ears, to understand the true language of the land and the spirits. You would learn the chants, the rituals, the wisdom needed to maintain balance, not just to react to its breaking. You would learn to be a true keeper of the stories, a true guardian of the veil. My mind conjured images of Ayana, her unwavering wisdom, her profound connection to the ancient ways. Was this what she was offering? A path to become like her, a path to a life interwoven with the unseen, with the spirits of the land. It would mean leaving much behind, Gianna continued, as if reading my thoughts. Your city life, your job, it would mean dedicating yourself fully to this path. It is not an easy choice, young one, but it is a choice that has been offered to you because you have proven your spirit. You have faced the darkness and found the light within yourself. The weight of her words settled upon me, heavy and profound, leaving my life behind. My job, my apartment, the familiar rhythms of the city. It was a daunting prospect. Yet the thought of returning to a purely mundane existence after everything I had experienced now felt hollow, incomplete. My perspective had irrevocably shifted. The wilderness called to me not just as a place of escape or adventure, but as a living, breathing entity, a profound mystery I was now compelled to understand. Who would teach me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The old ones themselves, the ancient spirits of wisdom and harmony. They manifest in many forms. and I, of course, would guide you. But the true teachers are the land and the spirits who reside within it. You would become a student of the earth, of the cosmos, of the very fabric of reality. My dad, what would he say? He had been a rock through all of this, but this was a different kind of commitment, a complete departure from the life he envisioned for me. He had accepted the incomprehensible, but this was choosing it. I need time to think, I told Ayana, to talk to my dad. Of course, she replied, her voice gentle. It is a profound decision. The invitation stands. When you are ready, call me. The path will be shown. The phone clicked, and I was left in the sudden silence of my apartment, the distant hum of the city, a muffled backdrop to the tempest raging within my own mind. The sugar cave, a profound education, a life dedicated to guardianship. I walked to the window, gazing out at the city lights, the endless sprawl of concrete and steel. It looked smaller now, less significant, overshadowed by the vastness of the unseen world. My life here felt like a dream, a shadow, compared to the vivid, terrifying, and ultimately transformative reality I had come to know. I thought of the Jiwedin Adizukan, its cold, observing eyes, its lesson of sovereignty. I thought of the Gajaj ni Ijobai Madiziwin, its fiery rage and profound sorrow, its lesson of balance and duality. And I thought of the small wooden bird on my bedside table, a symbol of my own song, now stronger, clearer, more resonant than ever before. The next morning, I drove to my dad's house. He greeted me with his usual warm smile, offering me a coffee. We sat in his familiar kitchen, sunlight streaming through the window, making the whole scene feel achingly normal. "Everything all right, son?" he asked, seeing the serious expression on my face. "You seem deep in thought." "Dad," I began, taking a deep breath. Liana called. She offered me something, an invitation. I recounted the conversation, explaining Ayana's words, the concept of the sugar cave, the old ones, and the path of guardianship. My dad listened intently, his gaze unwavering, his expression slowly shifting from concern to a profound, quiet understanding. When I finished, the silence in the kitchen was heavy, punctuated only by the distant sounds of city traffic. He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes fixed on the mug. "Gianna," he murmured, almost to himself. She's an incredible woman." He looked up at me, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, worry, pride, and a deep, unspoken sadness. "And you, son, you've changed. I've seen it. Ever since Blackwater Lake, you've been different, stronger, more aware." He leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. "This isn't what I imagined for you, you know. I always thought you'd settle down, maybe find a nice girl, have kids, a regular life. The kind of life I had, but maybe better, easier." He paused, then sighed, a deep, weary sound. "But then, neither of us ever imagined fighting a god made of ice, or soothing the rage of a mountain spirit, did we? This world, it's bigger than we thought, much bigger." He reached across the table and took my hand, his grip firm. "You did good, son. You faced it all. You stood your ground. You saved us. Maybe you saved more than just us." He looked directly into my eyes. "This path Ayana's talking about, it sounds profound, dangerous maybe, but profound." He squeezed my hand. "You have a choice, son, a big one. Are you going to run from it, or are you going to embrace it? This is who you are now, isn't it? This connection." I nodded, unable to speak. He understood. He truly understood. "Then you have to go," he said, his voice firm, resolute. "You have to see it through. You have to find out what this means, what you're meant to do. I'll miss you more than words can say, but I'm proud of you, son, so damn proud." His eyes were bright with unshed tears, but his resolve was unwavering. Go, learn, protect, and remember to call your old man once in a while, even if it's from the spirit world. He tried to crack a smile, but it was wobbly. His support was a powerful affirmation, a grounding force. With his blessing, the daunting decision became clear. This was my path. This was my purpose. I called Ayana later that day. I'm ready, I told her, my voice steady, filled with a newfound conviction. Tell me about the journey to the sugar cave. Ayana's voice when she spoke was filled with a quiet joy. Excellent, young one. I knew you would hear the call. The journey will be long and it will be arduous. It is a path not just through the wilderness, but through yourself. You will face trials, internal and external. You will be tested. When do we leave? I asked, already feeling a surge of anticipation, a readiness for whatever lay ahead. Soon, very soon, you will need to prepare, to shed the remnants of your old life, to gather only what is essential for the path ahead, and you will need to say your farewells. For this journey, it is a passage, and the person who enters the sugar cave will not be the same person who emerges. The next few weeks were a blur of activity. I gave notice at my job, explaining my departure as a personal sabbatical to pursue a deep wilderness connection, which, while technically true, understated the reality by several orders of magnitude. My boss, sensing the quiet intensity in me, wished me well, though I could tell he found my sudden decision perplexing. I sold most of my belongings, keeping only what fit into a few boxes, things of sentimental value, my tools, my carvings. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt temporary, a mere stepping stone. My dad helped me with everything, his quiet presence a constant source of strength. He helped me pack, drove me to the storage unit, and listened patiently as I talked about the road ahead, about the unknown. His unspoken farewells were in every shared glance, every firm handshake, every shared meal. Finally, the day came. Iana arrived at my dad's house in her old pickup truck, just as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky. Her face was serene, her eyes sparkling with an ancient wisdom. She carried her drum, her bundle of herbs, and a staff carved from gnarled cedar, its tip adorned with feathers and beads. My dad stood on the porch, wrapped in his worn hunting jacket, a mug of coffee clutched in his hand. He looked at me, then at Ayana, a silent acknowledgement of the monumental journey I was about to embark on. Be safe, son, he said, his voice thick with emotion, pulling me into a bear hug. And come back. When you're ready, I'll be here. I will, Dad, I promised, my own voice tight. Thank you for everything. I hugged him tight, trying to convey the depth of my gratitude, my love, my appreciation for his unwavering support through the incomprehensible. It was a farewell that felt both final and full of hope. Then I turned and got into Gianna's truck. As she pulled away, I looked back at my dad, standing alone on the porch, a solitary figure against the rising sun. He raised a hand in a final wave, and I waved back until he was just a distant speck in the rearview mirror. The road ahead stretched out, long and winding, disappearing into the distant tree line. This time there was no fear, no dread, only a profound sense of anticipation, a quiet resolve, and a deep, almost joyful acceptance of the unknown. Gianna drove north, far north, deeper into the untouched wilderness than I had ever been. We passed familiar landmarks, the turnoff to Blackwater Lake, the distant hints of the boundary waters, but we kept going, leaving the known world behind. The landscape grew wilder, more ancient, the forests denser, the lakes more numerous and pristine. The paved roads eventually gave way to gravel, then to barely discernible tracks, until finally, even those vanished, and we were driving through thick forest, guided by Ayana's unerring sense of direction. After what felt like days of travel, we finally stopped at the edge of a vast, unnamed lake, its waters so clear they reflected the towering pines with perfect clarity. The air here was alive, humming with a subtle, harmonious energy, different from anything I had felt before. It was a gentle thrum, a song of peace, of deep wisdom. From here we go by canoe, Gianna said, her voice soft, imbued with the stillness of the deep wilderness, and then on foot, into the heart of the true wild. We unloaded the canoes, packing them with only the most essential supplies: food, water, Gianna's herbs and drum, my axe, and a small backpack for me. The rest of the truck's contents, mostly emergency supplies and a tent, we left hidden under a tarp to be picked up on our return. The paddling was unlike any I had experienced. The waters were still, the silence profound, broken only by the dip of our paddles and the occasional call of a loon. The sense of peace was overwhelming, a balm to my soul after the chaos of the city and the intensity of the spiritual confrontations. As we journeyed deeper, the forest seemed to grow denser, the trees taller, their ancient boughs reaching for the sky. The air itself felt different, imbued with a subtle electric energy. The sun seemed brighter, the shadows deeper. It was as if we were passing through a veil, entering a world more vibrant, more alive than the one we had left behind. Then the manifestations began. They were not the terrifying, amorphous shadows of the city, nor the overwhelming presences of the Jiwedin Adizukan or the Gajaj ni Ijo by Madiziwin. These were different, subtle, beautiful. I saw shimmering figures flitting at the edge of my vision, shapes of pure light and color, like living rainbows, dancing among the ancient trees. I heard whispers, not of fear or rage, but of melody, of ancient songs carried on the wind, just beyond my grasp. The air itself seemed to ripple, to shift, revealing fleeting glimpses of other realities, other dimensions, just beneath the surface of the physical world. Gianna, paddling in front of me, seemed unfazed. She simply smiled, her eyes sparkling. "The veil thins here, young one," she whispered. "The worlds are closer. Do not be afraid. Observe. Listen. Let your spirit open." One evening, as we made camp on a small, secluded island, I sat by the fire, watching the stars ignite the night sky. The air was filled with the soft, melodious whispers, the shimmering lights dancing at the edge of the tree line. I felt a profound sense of belonging, a deep connection to this ancient, magical place. Suddenly, a presence coalesced before me, not terrifying, but profoundly peaceful. It was a figure woven of moonlight and starlight, translucent and ethereal, its form constantly shifting, yet undeniably humanoid. It had no discernible features, yet I felt an overwhelming sense of ancient wisdom, of benevolent grace emanating from it. It raised a hand not to threaten, but to offer. In its palm, shimmering with an inner light, lay a single, perfectly formed white feather. It was unlike any feather I had ever seen, impossibly soft, radiating a gentle warmth. I looked at Ayana, who sat nearby, watching with a calm, knowing smile. "It is an offering, young one," she whispered. "A welcome, a sign that you are seen, accepted." I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and took the feather. As my fingers closed around it, a jolt of pure, gentle energy coursed through me, a sense of profound peace and ancient knowledge. The luminous figure nodded slowly. A gesture of profound approval, and then, as silently as it had appeared, it dissolved back into the shimmering tapestry of moonlight and starlight. leaving only the pristine white feather in my hand. I looked at the feather, feeling its warmth and the subtle vibration of ancient energy. It felt lighter than air, yet incredibly substantial, a tangible link to the unseen world. My heart swelled with a mix of awe and gratitude. This was not a world of fear, but of profound connection. This was a welcome. The next morning, Ayana studied the feather with a knowing look. "This is from the Jiwedin ni Ijo by Madiziwin," she said, her voice soft. "The spirit of dual paths. It oversees the choices of seekers. It guides those who walk between worlds. It acknowledges your journey and your readiness." We continued our journey, deeper into what Ayana called the heart of the world. The manifestations became more frequent, more vivid. I saw entire landscapes shimmer into existence at the edge of the forest, ancient villages made of light and shadow, populated by figures that moved with graceful, silent purpose. I heard full, intricate symphonies played by instruments of wind and water, echoing through the air. My attunement was no longer just sensing. It was seeing and hearing with a clarity that blurred the lines between the physical and the spiritual. Gianna began to teach me on the journey itself. She showed me how to read the patterns in the wind, the stories held within the ancient rocks, the language of the rustling leaves. She taught me about the subtle energies that flowed through the earth, the ley lines, the hidden springs of power. She explained the interconnectedness of all things, how every action, every thought, every feeling resonated through the veil. My understanding of balance deepened, evolving from a concept into a living, breathing reality. We walked for days, following ancient, barely discernible animal trails, paddling across pristine lakes whose names were known only to the spirits and the few who journeyed here. The air grew progressively warmer, even as the trees became more gnarled and ancient. A gentle, resonant hum, far subtler and more harmonious than the Gajaj ni Ijo by Madiziwan's roar or the Jiwedin Adizukan's thrum, began to fill the air, growing stronger with each passing day. It was the different song Ayana had spoken of, a melody of pure harmony. Finally, one late afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and gold, we stood at the mouth of a cave. It wasn't the dark, foreboding opening I might have imagined. Instead, it glowed with an internal light, emanating a soft, ethereal luminescence that spilled out onto the forest floor. The air around it was warm, imbued with the sweet, almost palpable scent of sap and ancient earth. And the hum here, it was a constant, gentle vibration, a lullaby of the earth itself. "The Z is a bakwad guaboigan," Gianna whispered, her voice filled with reverence. "The sugar cave, the heart of the world's wisdom." We entered. The interior of the cave was breathtaking. It was not vast and empty, but a labyrinth of shimmering, iridescent crystals, growing from the floor, walls, and ceiling in intricate, organic patterns. They pulsed with a soft, inner light, casting shifting rainbows across the rock. The crystals varied in size and color, from delicate, sugar-like formations of pure white to massive, honey-colored pillars that seemed to hum with concentrated light. The air was warm, clean, and filled with the gentle, sweet scent. And in the center of the largest chamber, where the crystals shone brightest, sat a gathering of figures. They were not solid, not ethereal. They were woven from light and shadow, from the very essence of the cave. Some looked like ancient trees, their branches flowing with shimmering energy. Others were like pools of water, reflecting the crystalline light with impossible clarity. Still others were simply concentrations of pure, benevolent light, formless yet profoundly present. These were the old ones. As we approached, the figures turned towards us, their collective gaze not scrutinizing but welcoming. A sense of profound peace washed over me, deeper and more complete than anything I had ever felt. It was a peace that encompassed all things, joy and sorrow, light and shadow, creation and destruction. It was the peace of ultimate balance. Diana knelt, touching her forehead to the ground in an ancient gesture of respect. I followed her lead, my heart swelling with awe. One of the figures, shaped like a towering, ancient tree, its branches adorned with shimmering motes of light, extended a luminous tendril towards me. It touched my forehead, and a flood of knowledge, of images, of feelings poured into my mind. Not words, but pure understanding. I saw the earth forming, felt the first stirrings of life, witnessed the slow, patient evolution of forests and rivers, the rise and fall of civilizations. I saw the spirits, ancient and powerful, dancing through the fabric of reality, weaving the veil. I understood the delicate balance, the constant give and take, the sacred reciprocity that governed all existence. I understood my own attunement, not as a curse or a gift, but as a responsibility. My duality, my ability to see both the human world and the spirit world, was not a weakness, but my greatest strength. I was the bridge. My unique song, forged in the crucible of fear and courage, of confrontation and connection, was the melody that could resonate between worlds, mending the tears in the veil. The learning in the sugar cave was not about memorization or instruction in the traditional sense. It was an immersion. Days and nights blurred as I sat among the old ones, meditating, observing, absorbing their ancient wisdom. They communicated through impressions, through direct transfers of understanding, through the subtle hum of the cave itself. I learned to speak their language, not with my voice, but with my spirit. I learned the true chants, the ones that resonated with the earth's core, the rituals that reaffirmed the sacred cycles, the ancient knowledge of how to soothe the agitated, how to heal the torn. Gianna was my guide, translating the unspoken, clarifying the profound. She taught me to see the intricate patterns of energy within my own body, to understand my own spirit as a microcosm of the vast, interconnected cosmos. The white feather from the G Wedin ni Ijobai Madiziwin remained clutched in my hand during these sessions, a constant source of gentle energy, a symbol of the chosen path. I learned that guardianship wasn't about fighting or controlling, but about listening, understanding, and upholding the natural balance. It was about being a conduit, a vessel for the ancient wisdom, a voice for the voiceless land and its spirits. It was about seeing the potential for both destruction and creation in everything, and nurturing the path towards harmony. The challenge Iana spoke of was not a task to be completed, but a transformation to undergo. I shed layers of my old self, my fears, my anxieties, my preconceived notions. My spirit expanded, becoming both more grounded and more expansive, more resilient and more compassionate. The hum of the sugar cave became my own internal rhythm, a deep, abiding peace that settled in my core. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely several weeks, the old ones slowly began to dim, their presence softening, receding into the crystalline walls of the cave. Their wisdom remained, deeply etched into my being, now a part of my own song. Gianna placed a hand on my shoulder. "You are ready, young one," she said, her eyes shining. "You have heard the true stories. You have learned the oldest wisdom. You are no longer just attuned, you are part of it. The bridge is built." We began the journey back. The wilderness on the return trip felt different again, not just understood, but intimately known. The shimmering figures, the melodious whispers, they were no longer fleeting glimpses, but companions, acknowledged presences. I greeted them, not with words, but with a silent understanding, a shared resonance. When we finally reached Ayana's truck, weeks later, the white feather was still in my hand, now worn smooth but vibrating with a steady, gentle energy. I looked at it, then at the vast, ancient forest stretching out before us. This was my home now, in spirit if not in location. The drive back to Minneapolis was a blur. The city was a shock, its noise, its artificiality, its constant rush. But it no longer felt jarring. It felt like another facet of the world, a place where the veil was thick but not impenetrable. My role was not to abandon it, but to bring the wisdom of the wild into it. I returned to my apartment, which now felt spacious, almost empty, stripped of its former significance. The small wooden bird was still on my bedside table. I placed the white feather next to it, the two symbols, my voice and my path, side by side. My axe, my silent guardian, still leaned against the workshop wall, now a tool of creation and a symbol of guardianship. I didn't go back to my old job. My hands yearned for something else, something deeper. I began to carve, not just for profit, but to express the stories I now carried. Each piece was imbued with the spirits I had met, the lessons I had learned, the balance I had found. The owl, its eyes now piercingly complete, seemed to hold the profound wisdom of the old ones, its silent flight a testament to the harmony of duality. I focused on telling the stories of the land, sharing the message of respect and connection through my art. I set up a small studio, teaching carving, speaking about the connection to the earth, the importance of listening, of balance. My work found a new audience, people drawn to the depth and spirit in my creations. My dad and I continued our calls, but they were different now. I told him about the sugar cave, about the old ones, about the profound wisdom. He listened, his silence a testament to his awe and acceptance. He visited my studio often, watching me carve, his hand often resting on the scar on his arm, a shared secret, a powerful bond. He understood that while my path led through the wilderness, it also connected back to him, to the human world, to the very heart of what it meant to live. I still journeyed into the wilderness, often with Ayana, sometimes alone. I became a different kind of guide, not just for tourists, but for those seeking a deeper connection, a glimpse behind the veil. I helped Ayana in her quiet work, mending small tears, speaking to local communities, trying to instill the ancient wisdom. The mining operation still continued, a persistent scar on the burning mountain, but the Gajaj ni Ijo by Madiziwin still slept, soothed by the memory of its true song. The Jiwedin Adizukan still watched from the cold north, a silent acknowledgement of my sovereignty. The world was still filled with challenges, with imbalance, with humans who forgot. But I was no longer a young man stumbling blindly through a terrifying, unseen world. I was a man who understood, a man who listened, a man who carried the stories, the songs, the wisdom of the ancients. I was the bridge, walking between worlds, bringing their harmony to a world that desperately needed to remember. My journey had just begun, and for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was going. Not to a destination, but along a path. The path of balance, of guardianship, of listening to the ancient, eternal hum of the earth, and singing my own unique song in harmony with it.